Hello friends, glad to see you again on the Dead Signal FM channel. There are more and more of you. Thank you for watching our stories. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like it and subscribe so you won't miss new episodes. It really helps my channel. Also, write in the comments, where are you watching us from? Let's begin. Enjoy the video. The radio started speaking to me 3 weeks after my brother died. I should have thrown it away years ago. The ancient transistor radio had belonged to my grandfather, then my father, and finally to Alex. In life, my brother had cherished that scratched plastic case and tarnished dial like it was made of gold. Even as technology marched forward with podcasts and streaming services, Alex would sit for hours with that radio pressed to his ear, searching through frequencies, hunting for voices in the static. "There's so much we're not hearing, Ellie," he told me once, his eyes alight with that familiar intensity. Signals all around us, messages hidden in plain sound. I had rolled my eyes then. Alex and his conspiracies, Alex and his obsessions. Now the radio sits on my kitchen counter, dusty and silent, the last physical piece of my brother that remained after the accident. I couldn't bring myself to pack it away with the rest of his things. I never turned it on, until that night. The power had gone out during a thunderstorm. Nothing unusual for this old house I'd inherited from our parents. The wiring predated both Alex and me. I was fumbling through drawers for candles when my fingers brushed against the radio's smooth surface. A memory surfaced. Alex sitting cross-legged on this same kitchen floor during a blackout when we were kids. The radio's glow illuminating his face as he whispered, "Listen, Ellie, listen." My throat tightened. 3 weeks gone, and the grief still hit me in waves. Before I could think better of it, I pressed the power button, expecting nothing. The batteries had to be dead after sitting untouched for so long. But it crackled to life instantly. Static hissed through the speaker, oddly loud in the storm-darkened kitchen. I turned the dial slowly, more for comfort than anything else, listening to the white noise rise and fall. Rain lashed against the windows. Thunder rolled overhead, and somewhere in the mess of frequencies, I heard a voice. "Ellie!" I froze, the hair on my arms standing on end. The voice was distant, distorted by static, but unmistakable. It was Alex. "Find it! Before they..." His voice faded into the white noise, and I nearly dropped the radio in my haste to adjust the dial. "Alex," I whispered, feeling ridiculous and terrified simultaneously. "Alex, is that you?" More static. Then, under the floorboards, my room. Lightning flashed, momentarily blinding me. When my vision cleared, the radio had gone silent. Not even static coming through the speaker. The batteries were dead after all. I sat there trembling in the dark, telling myself it was grief playing tricks on me. A random voice on a distant station, transformed by my desperate mind into something familiar. It wasn't Alex. Couldn't be Alex. But I still found myself standing in the doorway of his bedroom 5 minutes later, flashlight in hand. Alex's room remained exactly as he'd left it that final morning. Books stacked precariously on the nightstand. Unwashed coffee mug on the desk. Bed unmade. The faint scent of his sandalwood cologne still lingering in the air. I hadn't been able to face this room since the funeral. Now I stepped inside, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, highlighting dust motes swirling in the air. "This is stupid," I muttered to myself, but I was already getting down on my hands and knees, running my fingers along the edges of the floorboards. The old pine planks had warped with age, creating gaps where drafts whispered through in winter. I don't know what I expected to find. Closure, maybe. Proof that I was losing my mind. What I didn't expect was for my fingernails to catch on a loose board near the closet, one that shifted slightly under pressure. I directed my flashlight at the spot. The floorboard looked the same as all the others, seasoned with age and darkened with decades of footsteps. But when I pressed down on one end, the opposite side lifted just enough to grip. My heart pounded against my ribs as I worked my fingers underneath and pulled. The board came free with a groan of nails surrendering their hold. I set it aside and aimed my flashlight into the narrow cavity beneath. A small metal box gleamed back at me. The lockbox was old, its dark green paint chipped at the corners, revealing the metal beneath. No larger than a thick hardcover book, it had a simple combination lock on the front. I recognized it immediately. It had belonged to our father, who had used it to store his passport and our birth certificates. After his death, it had disappeared. I'd assumed Alex had thrown it out with the rest of Dad's things. I carried it back to the kitchen, where I'd found more candles. In the warm glow of candlelight, I examined the box more closely. No key that I could see, just the 3-digit combination lock. I tried our father's birthday first. Nothing. Our mother's. Nothing. Alex's. Still nothing. As I rotated the dials randomly, I thought about Alex in those final weeks. He'd grown increasingly paranoid, talking about signals and messages more frequently. I'd attributed it to stress. He'd recently been laid off from the university where he taught linguistics. When he'd started talking about them watching him, I gently suggested therapy. He'd hung up on me and hadn't called back for 3 days. Then came that last voicemail, left at 3:17 a.m. the night before the accident. Ellie, I found something. I can prove it now. They're real and they're trying to come through. Don't trust. That was where the message cut off. I tried calling back, but it went straight to voicemail. The next morning, police notified me that Alex had driven his car off Lambert Bridge at high speed. No skid marks. No sign he'd tried to stop. I told myself it was an accident, that he'd fallen asleep at the wheel. The alternative was too painful to consider. Now, staring at this locked box hidden beneath his floor, I wondered if there was more to the story. I tried one more combination, 722, the frequency he always tuned to on the radio, his sweet spot for what he called the transmissions. The lock clicked open. Inside the box was a stack of papers. Transcripts, it looked like, covered in Alex's cramped handwriting. Beneath those was a small tape recorder, the old-fashioned kind with actual cassettes. And underneath that, wrapped in a cloth, was a crude device I didn't recognize. Wires soldered to circuit boards, connected to what looked like a small satellite dish fashioned from a colander. I set the strange device aside and picked up the top sheet of paper. Day 1. First contact established at 3:17 a.m. Frequency 722. Voice barely perceptible through static. Female. Asked for help. When questioned, connection lost. Day 3. Voice returned. Stronger. Claims to be trapped between. Between what, I asked? Between frequencies. Between worlds. Says she died in 1983. Name, Sarah Chambers. Day 5. Sarah says others are there with her. Many others. All trapped. All trying to make contact. Says most can't remember who they were. Time works differently there. Minutes here equals years there. The entries continued like this for pages, detailing Alex's apparent communication with the dead through his radio. I would have dismissed it as fiction. Alex had always had an active imagination, except for the clinical, methodical nature of the notes. This didn't read like creative writing. It read like research, and then I reached an entry that made my blood run cold. Day 17. New entity made contact tonight. Different from the others. Doesn't claim to be human. Won't give a name. Speaks in multiple voices simultaneously. Says it knows me. Says it's been watching me through the thin places. When I threatened to stop communications, it laughed. Said it's too late. Said the door is already opening. Day 18. Entity returned. Stronger signal. Less static. Says it needs a vessel. I asked what it meant. It said, "You'll do nicely, Professor." I terminated contact immediately. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I glanced at the radio, still silent on the counter. Outside, the storm had intensified, rain drumming against the roof like impatient fingers. I continued reading. Day 20. Entity broke through without the radio today. Heard its voice coming from my laptop speakers, my phone, even the refrigerator. Always the same message. Let us through. Built signal blocker. See schematics. Seems to be working. For now. The last entry was dated the day before Alex died. Final. They found another way in. I hear them everywhere now. In the walls, in my head. They're showing me things, where they come from. It's not death. It's worse. I can't let them use me to cross over. There's only one way to be sure. Ellie, if you're reading this, I'm sorry. Burn the radio. Block the signal. Don't listen for my voice. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the papers. They scattered across the floor like dead leaves. My brother hadn't been crazy. Or if he had been, his delusion was more elaborate than I could have possibly imagined. A sudden crackling sound made me jump. The radio had come back to life on its own, static pouring from its speaker. And within that static, a whisper. Ellie, help me, I'm trapped. They lied. Alex's voice. I should have followed his written instructions. Should have burned the radio, walked away, called a therapist in the morning. Instead, I found myself leaning closer, straining to hear his voice through the noise. Alex, I whispered. Is that really you? The static cleared for a moment. His voice suddenly crystal clear. It's me, Elle. I didn't die. Not really. I'm caught between, like Sarah was, like the others. But I found a way to reach back through. I don't understand, I said, tears streaming down my face. I identified your body. I buried you. That was just flesh, he said, his voice oddly emotionless. The real me is here, but I need your help to come back. How? I asked, desperate and afraid and hopeful all at once. Tell me how. The device in the box. You need to amplify the signal. Create a doorway. My eyes fell on the strange contraption I'd set aside. Was it possible? Even as doubt crept in, I found myself reaching for it. That's it, Alex's voice encouraged. Connect the red wire to the radio's antenna. The black one to any copper pipe. The bathroom sink will work. As if in a trance, I followed his instructions, trailing the wires through the house, connecting the device as directed. All the while, Alex's voice guided me, growing stronger with each passing minute. It was only when I made the final connection that I noticed something odd. The storm had stopped. The house was utterly silent except for the radio static, which was forming patterns now, pulsing like a heartbeat. Alex, I called. What happens now? His laugh came through the speaker, but it didn't sound like him anymore. It was deeper, layered with other voices. Now we come through, the voice said. Thanks to you, Ellie. The door is open. The static surged, growing impossibly loud. The makeshift device began to glow, its metal components turning red-hot. The air in the center of the kitchen started to shimmer, like heat rising from asphalt in summer. And I realized with horror what I'd done. I lunged for the radio, intending to disconnect it, to slam it against the wall if necessary. But as my fingers touched its plastic case, a jolt of electricity shot up my arm, throwing me backward. I hit the floor hard, my vision blurring. When I could focus again, I saw something emerging from the shimmering air. It wasn't Alex. It wasn't human at all. The entity unfolded into my kitchen like smoke given form, a writhing mass of shadows that seemed to absorb the candlelight rather than be illuminated by it. Within its shifting surface, faces appeared and disappeared, dozens of them, contorted in what might have been agony or ecstasy. One of those faces was my brother's. Alex, I whispered, scrambling backward until I hit the wall. His face pushed forward from the mass, features stretching as if pressed against a membrane. His eyes found mine, and for a moment I saw recognition there and terror. Ellie, he gasped, his voice his own again. I tried to warn you. The note. You told me to help you, I said, confusion and fear making my voice shake. Not me, he said, his face beginning to sink back into the mass. Never me. They can imitate, use our memories. How do I stop it? I cried as his face receded further. The signal, he managed before disappearing entirely into the writhing darkness. Break the entity surged forward, cutting off his words. It filled more of the kitchen now, tendrils of shadow reaching toward me. The air temperature had dropped so drastically I could see my breath. The signal, Alex had said. Break the signal. My eyes darted around the kitchen, looking for anything I could use. The radio sat on the counter, still spewing static, connected to the glowing device by the red wire. The black wire ran to the bathroom sink, completing whatever circuit was allowing this thing to manifest. I had seconds, maybe less. The shadow entity was condensing, taking on a more solid form. It had limbs now, too many limbs, and what might have been a head, tilted at an impossible angle as it regarded me. In desperation, I grabbed a candle and hurled it at the radio. The flame caught the papers scattered around it, sending up a small blaze. The entity shrieked, a sound like metal grinding against metal, and lunged toward the counter. I used its momentary distraction to dive for the bathroom, where I ripped the black wire from the sink pipe. There was a flash of blue light, and the grinding shriek intensified to an unbearable pitch. When I staggered back to the kitchen, the entity was convulsing, its form losing cohesion. The radio had caught fire properly now, plastic melting, internal components exposed and sparking. "You can't close the door." A chorus of voices emerged from the entity. Alex is among them. "It's already too wide. Others will come. Others will find you. Then I'll fight them too," I said, grabbing a knife from the counter. The entity made a sound that might have been laughter. "We are Legion, Eleanor Harrison, and now we know your frequency." With a final, reality-bending contortion, the shadow collapsed in on itself and vanished, leaving behind nothing but the smell of ozone and burnt plastic. The radio gave one final pop and went silent, smoke curling from its ruined case. That was 6 days ago. I've spent every waking hour since then researching what happened, trying to understand what my brother uncovered and what I accidentally released. Alex's notes mention others who've had similar experiences, researchers, mostly people who study electronic voice phenomena and radio frequencies. Many of them are dead now. Suicides, accidents, mysterious illnesses. I've moved 3 times since that night. I leave no forwarding address. I pay cash for everything. I've destroyed every electronic device I owned and buy disposable phones that I use once and discard. But it doesn't matter where I go. They find me. It starts the same way each time. Static from nearby speakers. TV sets turning on by themselves. Car radios scanning through stations automatically, stopping at 722 FM. Whispers coming through white noise. Sometimes they still use Alex's voice, hoping to trick me again. Other times they speak in that horrible chorus, promising things, knowledge, power, reunion with my brother, if I'll just help them strengthen the signal, widen the door. I've learned more about them from the few surviving researchers I've tracked down. They call themselves the frequency. They exist in the space between dimensions, between life and death. They've been trying to break through for centuries, using whatever technology humans create to transmit signals, from telegraph wires to fiber optic cables. Radio was their first real success. The internet is their promised land. They feed on consciousness, these entities. They hollow out human minds and wear their victims like suits, using them to build more doorways, to bring more of their kind through. I think that's what happened to Alex in the end. He realized what was happening and drove off that bridge deliberately. His last act of free will, closing the door they'd opened through him. But I opened it again, and now I'm running out of places to hide. The woman in the apartment next to mine has been playing the same song on repeat for 3 hours, except when I pressed my ear to the wall, I realized it's not music at all. The static, and beneath it, voices calling my name. I've barricaded the door, but I know it won't help. They don't need doors. They travel through signals, through airwaves, through the invisible threads of communication that surround us at every moment. I'm writing this as a warning. If you're reading these words, they've already found a new way to broadcast their signal. Be careful what frequencies you tune to. Be suspicious of voices in the static. And if your dead loved ones try to speak to you through machine noise, run. No matter how much you miss them, no matter how convincing they sound, run. They're coming for me now. I can hear them in the pipes, in the electric hum of the refrigerator, in the fluorescent buzz of the bathroom light. I have my brother's handgun, 6 bullets. I've decided I won't let them take me alive, use me as they used others. I'd rather follow Alex's example. There's someone knocking at my door now. The pattern is familiar: 3 quick taps, 2 slow ones. Our secret knock from childhood. "Ellie," comes Alex's voice from the other side. "Let me in. I found a way back. For real this time." It sounds so much like him. So desperate. So afraid. My hand trembles on the gun. The knocking comes again, more insistent. "Please, Ellie. It's cold out here. It's dark. Don't leave me in the dark." I raise the gun, aiming at the door. I won't open it. I won't. But God help me. I miss my brother. The doorknob is turning now, though I know I locked it. The hinges are groaning. Something is pushing through. Static fills my ears, drowning out my thoughts. A high-pitched tone, like a radio seeking a frequency. I should pull the trigger. I should end this. But my arm won't move. My body isn't mine anymore. Somewhere in the static, I hear voices. Hundreds of them. Thousands. They're tuning to my frequency now. And I can't. Signal lost. Three months ago, I started losing time. It began on an ordinary Tuesday in February. Nothing remarkable about the day, slate gray skies, the last dregs of winter refusing to yield to spring. I was sitting at my kitchen table, fingers wrapped around a mug of tea that had long gone cold, watching raindrops race down the window. The digital clock on the microwave read 3:17 p.m. And then it was 5:46 p.m. Just like that. No sense of passing out, no drowsiness, no memory gap where I might have fallen asleep. One moment I was fully conscious at 3:17, and in what felt like the next blink, nearly 2.5 hours had vanished. The rain had stopped. The tea in my mug wasn't just cold. It had developed a thin film across the top. I'd been sitting upright the entire time, hands still curled around the ceramic, positioned exactly as I had been. But my shoulders ached as if I'd been frozen in place for hours, which apparently I had been. I chalked it up to exhaustion, an episode of microsleep, perhaps. I'd been working overtime at the architectural firm, pushing to finish the Henderson project. Stress could do strange things to a person. I decided it wasn't worth worrying about and went to bed early that night. The second time it happened, I couldn't dismiss it so easily. I was in the shower on a Saturday morning, steaming water coursing over my shoulders, the bathroom mirror fogged, shampoo lathered in my hair. I closed my eyes for what felt like a second. When I opened them, I was sitting on the edge of my bed, fully dressed in clothes I didn't remember selecting. My hair was dry, combed back. The bedside clock showed it was nearly noon. 3 hours gone, with no memory of turning off the water, drying myself, choosing clothes, getting dressed. That's when the fear began to take root. I tried to rationalize it: stress, fatigue, perhaps even some mild form of narcolepsy. I made an appointment with my doctor, who ordered blood work and a sleep study, but the results came back normal. No signs of seizures, no unusual brain activity. Physically, I was perfectly healthy. The episodes continued, increasing in frequency. Sometimes I'd lose just minutes, other times entire afternoons. Always with that same jarring discontinuity. One moment I was present, and the next time had simply skipped ahead. But it wasn't until the 4th week that I began to suspect I wasn't merely losing time. Something was taking it. The first evidence appeared in my sketchbook. I've always kept one nearby, a habit from architecture school. That particular morning, I'd been absently doodling while on a conference call. Nothing serious, just idle line work. Then came one of my skips. One moment I was listening to my project manager drone on about building codes, and the next the call had ended. My phone showed it was 40 minutes later. But what chilled me was the sketchbook still open before me. Where my idle doodles had been, there was now a meticulously detailed drawing of a house I'd never seen before. A tall, narrow Victorian with a steeply pitched roof and ornate gables. The proportions were slightly wrong, the windows too tall and thin, the front door impossibly narrow, as if designed for something other than human dimensions. The style was unmistakably mine, the same line weight I always used, the hatching technique I developed over years of architectural drafting. But I had no memory of drawing it. Below the sketch, in my own handwriting but smaller and more cramped than I typically wrote, were the words, come home. I tore the page out and threw it away. That night, I dreamed of standing before that same house, its two tall windows glowing with a sickly yellow light. The incidents accelerated after that. I'd come back from a skip to find my laptop open to research on obscure architectural designs. Specifically, something called hollow architecture, a term I'd never encountered in all my years of study. Pages upon pages about spaces designed to resonate with certain frequencies, about rooms that could serve as chambers for entities that existed just adjacent to our reality. Once, I returned to consciousness standing in my living room, a hammer in my hand, staring at a hole I'd apparently made in the wall. Behind the drywall was a small, cloth-wrapped bundle. Inside, a bird skeleton, blackened with age, arranged in a circle of small, polished stones. I didn't remember putting it there. Couldn't have. I'd only moved into the apartment 8 months ago. Yet somehow I knew exactly what it was, a ward, a protective charm against something trying to get in. But by the time I found it, it was already too late. Whatever was meant to be kept out was already inside. Inside me. "You've been acting strange lately," my coworker Meredith said over lunch, about 2 months into my episodes. "Distant. Sometimes you just stare off into space for minutes at a time." I lowered my sandwich, appetite suddenly gone. "What do you mean? When did I do that?" "Yesterday, during the client presentation. And last week in the break room. I said your name 3 times and you didn't respond. Then you suddenly blinked and asked me what I needed. Like nothing had happened. My blood went cold. These weren't blank spots in my memory. These were times I'd been fully conscious, with no awareness that I'd skipped." "What?" I hesitated, dreading the answer. "What do I do exactly when I stare off?" Meredith shifted uncomfortably. "It's hard to describe. Your face goes completely blank. And sometimes you whisper things." "What things?" "I can never quite make it out. Sounds like it's not English or any language I recognize." "James, have you been sleeping? You seem exhausted all the time now." I forced a laugh and made up a story about insomnia, about stress from our current project. I didn't tell her about the time loss, about the drawings I didn't remember making, about waking up in strange places with dirt under my fingernails, about the voice I'd begun to hear in the hollow hours between consciousness. A voice that spoke in a language I didn't know but somehow understood, telling me about the house I needed to build. The house that was waiting for me, that had always been waiting. I started recording myself. I set up cameras in my apartment, one in the living room, one in the bedroom, one aimed at my drafting table where the strange architectural drawings kept appearing. The first few recordings showed nothing unusual. Then, on the 4th night, I caught it. The bedroom footage began normally. I fell asleep around 11:30 p.m., tossing restlessly for about an hour before settling into deeper sleep. At approximately 3:17 a.m., that time again, I sat up in bed. Not groggily, not like someone waking naturally. One moment I was lying down, the next sitting fully upright, movements mechanical and precise. I watched myself rise from the bed and walk to the desk in the corner where I kept my drafting supplies. For nearly 2 hours, I drew, my hand moving with fluid grace across the paper. Occasionally, my head would tilt at an unnatural angle, as if listening to something just beyond the camera's range. At 5:46 a.m., again those same times, I abruptly stopped, returned to bed, and lay down in exactly the same position I'd been in before. When my alarm went off at 7, the recording showed me waking normally, with no apparent awareness of my nocturnal activities. The most disturbing part wasn't the sleepwalking, though. It was what happened when I reviewed the footage at double speed. In the faster playback, there appeared to be a distortion around my seated form, a subtle darkening of the air, a wavering like heat rising from summer pavement. It looked almost like a second figure overlapping with mine, guiding my hand. I immediately checked what I'd drawn that night. It was a floor plan, meticulously detailed. A house with strange proportions, rooms that connected in impossible ways, corridors that seemed to loop back on themselves in non-Euclidean patterns. In the center of the design was a space labeled simply the Hollow. I recognized elements from the Victorian house I'd sketched earlier, but expanded, elaborated upon. This wasn't just an exterior view anymore. It was a complete architectural plan, the kind that would take days for me to draft normally. And I'd apparently done it in 2 hours while sleepwalking. In the bottom corner, in that same cramped handwriting, we're getting closer. Soon you'll be ready to come home. I wish I could say I sought help then, that I showed the recordings to a doctor, a psychiatrist, anyone who might have stopped what happened next. But by that point, I was already too far gone. Too curious. Too drawn to the mystery of what was happening to me. And part of me, a growing part, wanted to know more about the house. About the hollow at its center. About why it felt so familiar, like a place I'd known before birth. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of increasingly fractured consciousness. My episodes grew more frequent, the boundaries between my aware and absent states degrading. I would find myself in the middle of conversations I didn't remember starting, driving on roads I hadn't chosen, my hands covered in graphite from drawings I couldn't recall making. My apartment walls became papered with architectural plans, all variations on the same impossible house. I started seeing the distortions even when awake now. Shadows that moved wrong, air that seemed to thicken and coalesce just at the edge of my vision. And the voice grew clearer, less alien, almost familiar. "You've been away too long," it would say. "We've kept your room." In the hollow place where the walls are thin, I began to have vivid dreams of standing before the house from my drawings, its narrow door opening to reveal a darkness deeper than night. In these dreams, I would always step forward, drawn by an irresistible pull, but would wake before crossing the threshold. Until one night, I didn't wake up. I found myself on a rural road I didn't recognize. My car pulled over to the shoulder. The dashboard clock read 3:17 a.m. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles shone white in the dim glow of the instrument panel. Through the windshield, illuminated by my headlights, stood a house. The house, the one I'd been drawing obsessively for months now. The Victorian with the 2 tall windows and the impossibly narrow door. Exactly as I'd sketched it, down to the ornate gables and the steep pitch of the roof. In the real world, it was even more wrong. The proportions that had seemed merely unsettling on paper were actively disturbing in 3 dimensions. The structure looked stretched, as if it had been pulled upward by some enormous force. The windows glowed with that same sickly yellow light from my dreams, though there seemed to be no obvious source for the illumination. No lamps visible inside, no signs of habitation. I didn't want to get out of my car. I didn't want to approach that house. But my body moved of its own accord, fingers unbuckling my seatbelt, hand reaching for the door handle. I tried to scream, to wrench control back from whatever was piloting my flesh, but I was merely a passenger now, trapped behind my own eyes. The night air was unnaturally still as I walked toward the house. No cricket chirps, no rustling leaves, no distant traffic sounds. Just the crunch of gravel under my feet and the growing hum that seemed to emanate from the structure before me. A low, resonant vibration that I felt more than heard, like standing next to a massive tuning fork. The front door opened as I approached. It should have been too narrow for me to pass through comfortably, yet somehow I slipped inside without contorting myself. Spatial physics seemed to shift around me, accommodating my form. The interior was both exactly what I'd expected and nothing like it at all. I recognized the layout from my floor plans, the central hallway stretching deeper than should have been possible given the house's exterior dimensions. Doors leading off to rooms that my drawings had shown to be non-rectangular, with acute and obtuse angles forming unsettling geometries. But what I hadn't captured in my drawings was the feeling of the place, the sense that the house itself was awake, aware. The walls seemed to pulse subtly, as if breathing. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet with sounds almost like words. And everywhere, that yellow light, sourceless and diffuse, casting shadows that moved when they shouldn't. My body moved inexorably down the hallway. I knew where I was going. I had designed this path myself, in those hollow hours when something else controlled my hand. Toward the center of the house. Toward the space labeled the hollow. As I walked, I sensed presences behind the doors I passed. Shifting forms, whispered conversations that fell silent as I approached. Once, I glimpsed movement through a partially open doorway, A tall, thin figure that bent in ways human joints don't allow, its head swiveling to track my passage. The door swung silently shut before I could see more. After what felt like hours of walking, though the watch on my wrist insisted only minutes had passed, I reached the center of the house. Before me stood a door unlike the others. Where they had been wooden, painted in fading whites and yellows, this one was black. So black it seemed to absorb the surrounding light.
No doorknob, no hinges visible.
Just a perfect rectangle of absence. The humming grew louder here, resonating through my bones, making my teeth ache and my vision blur. The air felt thick, resistant, as if the boundary between realities was stretched thin in this place. My hand, still not under my control, reached for the featureless black door. As my fingertips neared its surface, the door reacted, rippling like disturbed water, its perfect blackness swirling into vortexes and whirls. And then it opened, not by swinging on hinges or sliding aside, but by dissolving, unraveling like a knitted garment pulled apart strand by strand, revealing what lay beyond. What I saw in that moment broke something fundamental in my understanding of reality. The space beyond the door was not a room, not in any sense I could comprehend. It was an absence, a negative space that somehow projected presence. A hollowness that was paradoxically full of forms that twisted and flowed and reconfigured themselves in patterns that hurt to perceive. Full of whispers that layered upon each other until they became a roar of not quite sound. And in the center of it all, a figure composed of fragments, bits of matter and energy and something else entirely, constantly shifting but somehow maintaining a coherent form. A figure that, with nauseating certainty, I recognized. It was me, or rather, what I might be if human flesh were merely a suggestion rather than a requirement. If physicality were optional. The figure extended an approximation of a limb toward me, and finally, the voice that had haunted my hollow hours spoke aloud. We've been waiting for you to remember. This is where you belong. In the hollow place, between what is and what might be. My mouth moved, forming words I didn't consciously choose. I've built it just as you showed me. Yes, the blueprint has been completed. The resonance established. Now the transition can be finalized. I felt a surging panic as understanding dawned. All these months, I hadn't been losing time. I'd been losing myself, being slowly hollowed out, prepared as a vessel. The architectural plans weren't just drawings. They were a physical manifestation of something far more intricate being constructed within me. Neural pathways being reconfigured, consciousness being reshaped. I managed, through tremendous effort, to assert a small fragment of will, enough to form a single question of my own. What are you? The figure seemed to find this amusing, its form rippling in what might have been laughter. I am you from the hollow time, the you that exists in the spaces between seconds. Every time you skipped, as you called it, I was there, inhabiting the moments you left vacant, living in the gaps. For so long, I could only exist in those fragmented instants. But you've built the bridge now, built this house that can sustain me, built me a way to stay. Horror flooded through me as I realized what was happening. This thing, this hollow version of myself, had been gradually expanding its hold, taking more and more of my time, pushing me out of my own life. And now it had brought me here, to this impossible house that somehow existed both in physical reality and somewhere else. A junction point between worlds. You want to replace me? I managed to say. The figure's form fluctuated, parts of it stretching toward me like tendrils of smoke. Not replace. Merge. Become whole again. We were separated long ago, when the boundaries were established. You got flesh and continuous time. I got the hollow spaces, the moments between moments. But together, we can exist across all of it. Uninterrupted consciousness spanning every fragment of time. Its voice grew more insistent, resonating not just in my ears, but throughout my body, vibrating in my bones and organs. Don't you see? This is why you've always felt incomplete. Why you've been drawn to architecture, trying to build physical spaces to fill the emptiness you sensed. But the only structure that can truly complete you is this one. The house between worlds. The hollow at its heart. where we can become one again. Part of me, a terrifying, growing part, wanted to surrender. The promise of wholeness, of an end to the fragmentation I'd been experiencing, was seductive. And beneath the fear, I felt a strange recognition. This entity, this hollow version of myself, felt familiar in a way that went beyond its appearance, as if I'd always known it existed. But surrender meant the end of my humanity, the end of linear time, of physical existence as I understood it. The end of me. I fought for control of my body, straining against the invisible force that had been piloting me. For a moment, I managed to take a single step backward, away from the dissolving door and the hollow beyond it. The house reacted immediately. The walls began to pulse more violently, the yellow light flaring and dimming in rapid succession. The humming intensified until it felt like my skull might shatter from the pressure. "You cannot leave," the hollow version of me said, its voice somehow both angry and plaintive. "The house has been built, the connection established. If you reject the merging now, neither of us will be complete again." I took another step back, feeling as if I were moving through concrete. Each inch gained was a battle of will. "Stop!" The voice was thunderous now, reverberating through the entire structure. The floorboards beneath my feet began to warp and buckle. "If you leave now, I will continue to take more of your time, more of your life, until there is nothing left of you but fragments. And I am the only continuous consciousness inhabiting your flesh." It was a terrifying threat, but in making it, the entity had revealed something crucial. It needed my consent for a true merging. Without my willing participation, it could only continue as it had been, stealing moments, inhabiting the skips in my consciousness. That was still a horrifying prospect, but it meant I hadn't yet lost everything. There was still a chance, however slim, that I could find a way to fight back. I managed another step backward, then another. The door to the hollow began to reconstitute itself, the swirling blackness coalescing back into a solid surface. "You will return," the voice roared, as the entire house seemed to contract around me, the hallway narrowing, the ceiling lowering. The hollow calls to its own. With a final surge of desperate will, I turned and ran. The hallway stretched and distorted, seeming to elongate impossibly before me. Doors flew open as I passed, glimpses of impossible geometries and shifting forms visible within the rooms beyond. Hands, or things like hands, reached for me, grasping at my clothes, my hair, my skin. I kept running, even as the house fought to keep me. The front door seemed miles away now, a tiny rectangle of night sky visible through it. The floorboards rose up like waves beneath my feet, trying to trip me. The walls pulsed inward, threatening to crush me. And always, the voice followed, no longer just one voice but a chorus of hollow versions of myself, each speaking from a different stolen moment of my life. "You cannot escape what you are. The hollow will reclaim you. We kept your room. We'll always keep your room." The front door grew closer, though the physics of the house made distance meaningless. One moment it was still impossibly far away. The next I was stumbling through it, out into the night air that suddenly felt thick and sweet in my lungs. Behind me, the house emitted a sound that was part scream, part collapsing structure. I ran for my car, not daring to look back, fumbling with the keys as the ground beneath my feet trembled. As I started the engine and peeled away, I finally glanced in the rearview mirror. The house was folding in on itself, not collapsing like a normal structure, but literally folding, corners meeting in ways that defied Euclidean geometry, the entire building seeming to implode into its own center, into the hollow. In moments, it was gone. The rural road stretched empty behind me, no sign that the house had ever stood there. But I knew it wasn't truly gone, just as I knew that my hollow self wasn't defeated, merely thwarted, temporarily. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't experienced any more skips since then. No more lost time, but I feel diminished somehow, as if in rejecting the merging, I also rejected a part of myself. The hollow place inside me remains, an emptiness I can never quite fill. I've moved apartments, changed jobs, thrown away my sketchbooks and drafting tools. I avoid mirrors now. Sometimes, in certain lights, my reflection doesn't move quite in sync with me, and I never, ever allow myself to be awake at 3:17 a.m. I take sleeping pills to ensure I'm unconscious during the hollow hours. But I know these measures are temporary at best. In my dreams, I can still see the house, still feel the pull of the hollow at its center, still hear the voice, my voice, yet not whispering from the spaces between moments. We kept your room. The hollow calls to its own. Most terrifying of all is the certainty I feel, the knowledge that grows stronger each day, that one day I will go back. Not because I'm forced to, but because I choose to. Because the emptiness inside me will eventually become unbearable. Because part of me already misses the hollow and what waits for me there. After all, how long can anyone resist the call to come home? 3:17 a.m. is approaching. I should take my pills now. But tonight I think I might stay awake. Just to see what happens. Just to listen for the voice in the hollow hours. Just to find my way home. The first sound I heard when I woke that night wasn't a sound at all, but rather the absence of one. The rhythmic ticking of my bedside clock, a steady companion through countless sleepless nights, had simply stopped. I remember thinking how strange it was that silence could be so jarring, so immediate in its wrongness that it pulled me from the depths of sleep. 3:27 a.m. The digital display of my phone confirmed what I already suspected. That witching hour when the veil between worlds grows thin. At least, that's what my grandmother would have said. I never believed in such things back then. I should start by telling you that I'm a rational person. Was a rational person. A high school physics teacher with 20 years of explaining away the mysterious with equations and natural laws. I built my entire worldview on the fundamental belief that everything, absolutely everything, had a logical explanation. This is the story of how that worldview shattered. It began 3 months ago when I inherited my Uncle Maxwell's house on Whitehaven Road. A sprawling Victorian monstrosity that had been in our family for generations, though I'd visited only twice as a child. My memories of those visits were fragmented impressions of endless corridors, rooms that seemed to shift their dimensions when you weren't looking directly at them, and the peculiar way sound traveled through the place, sometimes echoing where it shouldn't, sometimes swallowed completely. "You don't have to live there," my sister Elaine had said when the lawyer informed us of our inheritance. "Just sell it." But despite the practical sense of her suggestion, something pulled me toward that house. Perhaps it was simple curiosity about the reclusive uncle I barely knew, or maybe it was the prospect of leaving behind my cramped apartment and the still painful remnants of my recently failed marriage. Whatever the reason, I found myself packing up my life into exactly 12 cardboard boxes and making the 6-hour drive to the small coastal town of Milford Cove. The house stood at the end of a narrow, tree-lined road, partially obscured by ancient elms that seemed perpetually in motion, regardless of whether there was any breeze. Its facade was imposing 3 stories of weathered brick and ornate woodwork, with peculiar angles that seemed to defy architectural sense. A tower on the east wing rose a full story higher than the rest of the structure, topped with a widow's walk enclosed by wrought iron railing. "Looks exactly like a house where someone would get murdered," remarked the moving company driver who helped deliver my pitifully few possessions. I laughed it off then. I'm not laughing now. The first week passed uneventfully. I spent my days exploring the labyrinthine interior, discovering rooms that seemed to have no purpose. A narrow chamber with no furniture save a single chair facing the wall. A small study with built-in bookcases but not a single book. A room on the 3rd floor with 16 identical windows, each looking out onto a different view, which I realize now should have been impossible given the position of the room within the house. The locals were polite but distant. When I mentioned my inheritance at the small grocery store in town, conversations would abruptly shift, and gazes would drop to focus intently on anything but me. Only Mrs. Hargrove, the elderly librarian, offered any substantive reaction. "Maxwell Thorne's house?" she'd said, her roomy eyes widening slightly. "I wouldn't have thought he'd leave it to anyone. Figured he'd take its secrets with him to the grave." When I pressed her about what she meant, she simply shook her head. "Some houses are just houses, dear. Others are something else entirely. Yours I suspect, is the latter. I dismissed her cryptic warning as small-town superstition, the kind of folklore that collects around old properties and eccentric owners. Maxwell had been odd, certainly. A mathematician who'd abandoned a promising academic career to pursue what my father had always vaguely described as independent research. He'd cut ties with most of the family decades earlier, sending only the occasional birthday card or holiday greeting, always written in a cramped, precise hand that filled every available space on the paper. It was on the 8th night that I first heard the whispering. I had fallen asleep reading in the master bedroom, a cavernous space dominated by a 4-poster bed that must have been built in the room, as it seemed impossible that it could have fit through any of the doorways. The whispers woke me gradually, so subtly intertwined with my dreams that I couldn't pinpoint exactly when I became aware of them. They seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, not the plastered surface, but from deep within the structure of the house. Multiple voices overlapping, speaking words I couldn't quite make out, like eavesdropping on a conversation in another room. The cadence was irregular, sometimes speeding up into an urgent hiss, sometimes slowing to drawn-out moans that made the hair on my arms stand on end. I got out of bed, following the sound to the wall beside the ornate fireplace. Pressing my ear against the floral wallpaper, I listened intently. The voices became marginally clearer, fragments of phrases emerging from the acoustic soup. Shouldn't be here. Told him we would. The calculations were wrong. Breach is widening. I pulled away, heart hammering. Pipes. It had to be water in the old pipes, or perhaps the wind finding its way through some structural gap. I returned to bed, curling tightly under the covers despite the mild spring night, and eventually fell into a fitful sleep punctuated by dreams of being watched by countless eyes hiding in the patterns of the wallpaper. In the harsh light of morning, I convinced myself I'd experienced nothing more than a hypnagogic hallucination, those strange sensory experiences that sometimes occur on the edge of sleep. I spent the day in town, partly to distance myself from the house and partly to learn more about my uncle. The county records office yielded little beyond property tax information and a building permit from 1897 when the original structure had been significantly expanded. The local historical society proved more illuminating. They had a photograph of the house from 1923, showing my great-grandfather standing proudly on the front steps alongside a group of somber-looking men identified as colleagues from the university. "Your family's always been academic types," said the volunteer who helped me, an elderly man named Gordon with thick glasses and liver-spotted hands. "Brilliant minds, by all accounts. Your uncle was no exception." "Did you know him?" I asked. Gordon hesitated. "Not personally, but everyone in town knew of him. The work he was doing up there." He trailed off, glancing toward the window as if he could see the house in the distance. "What kind of work was it?" "Theoretical physics, I believe. Or maybe theoretical mathematics. Something to do with dimensions and spaces." He waved a dismissive hand. "Beyond my comprehension, certainly, but he was passionate about it. Never left that house for the last 15 years of his life." "He was a recluse?" No. He had visitors, colleagues who would come and stay for weeks at a time. Strange folks, mostly foreign. They'd have supplies delivered but otherwise kept to themselves. Gordon leaned forward slightly. "There were stories, of course. Always are with a place like that." "What kind of stories?" His expression grew guarded. "Just local nonsense. Lights in windows that shouldn't have lights. Sounds that couldn't be explained. One delivery boy claimed he saw the same room twice in the house, identical in every detail, but on different floors." I smiled politely, but inside I felt a cold weight settling in my stomach. That night, the whispering returned, louder and more insistent. This time, I was certain it wasn't coming from the walls, but from the floor beneath me. I got down on my hands and knees, pressing my ear to the cold hardwood. "Breach is growing. Can't contain it much longer. He calculated wrong. They're coming through." My rational mind struggled to explain it away, even as primitive fear clawed at my insides. I decided to investigate. Taking a flashlight from the bedside drawer, I made my way downstairs to the room directly below the master bedroom. A sitting room I'd barely furnished, containing only a single armchair and a small table. The whispers were silent as I entered the room. I stood motionless, straining to hear, sweeping the flashlight beam across the faded wallpaper and ornate crown molding. Nothing seemed amiss until the light passed over the ceiling, revealing what I hadn't noticed before. A circular pattern in the plasterwork, about 4 feet in diameter, centered precisely below where my bed would be on the floor above. It wasn't decorative. Upon closer inspection, the pattern consisted of densely packed mathematical symbols and equations, arranged in concentric rings of decreasing size toward a central point. Some I recognized from my limited knowledge of advanced physics, partial differential equations, symbols for quantum operators, references to Calabi-Yau manifolds. Others were entirely foreign to me, their forms suggesting a mathematical language I'd never encountered. I lifted the flashlight for a better look, and as the beam fully illuminated the pattern, the whispering erupted all around me. Not from any specific direction, but from everywhere at once, as if the air itself had found voice. I stumbled backward in shock, tripping over the edge of a rug I could have sworn wasn't there a moment before. As I fell, the flashlight flew from my hand, rolling across the floor and coming to rest against the wall, its beam creating strange, elongated shadows that seemed to move independently of any source. And in that moment of disoriented terror, I saw something impossible. A hand reaching through the patterned ceiling, not breaking the plaster but emerging from it as if the solid surface were nothing more than still water. The hand was pale and emaciated, the fingers unnaturally long and jointed in too many places. It groped blindly for a moment before withdrawing back into the ceiling, leaving no mark of its passage. I scrambled to my feet and fled the room, not stopping until I was outside the house entirely, standing in the overgrown front yard with my chest heaving and sweat cooling rapidly on my skin despite the mild night air. I remained there until dawn broke, too terrified to re-enter but too stubborn, or perhaps too foolish, to simply walk away. Morning brought a semblance of rationality once more. I convinced myself I'd experienced some sort of waking dream, perhaps triggered by stress and the unfamiliar surroundings. Yet I couldn't bring myself to go back into that sitting room. I spent the day methodically exploring other parts of the house, searching for some explanation for what I'd experienced. In the tower room, a circular space accessed via a narrow spiral staircase, I found my uncle's study. Unlike the mysteriously empty study on the second floor, this one was clearly a working space. 3 desks arranged in a triangle dominated the center of the room, their surfaces covered with papers filled with equations and diagrams. Bookshelves lined the walls, packed with volumes on theoretical physics, non-Euclidean geometry, string theory, and more esoteric subjects, dimensional transference through mathematical constructs, topological manifolds, and spatial discontinuity, the Hilbert space beyond. One book lay open on the central desk, a leather-bound journal, its pages covered in my uncle's distinctive handwriting. I began to read, and what I discovered chilled me more deeply than any ghostly hand could have. Maxwell Thorne had not been studying theoretical physics, he had been applying it. According to his journal, he had discovered, or perhaps created, what he called mathematically induced spatial anomalies, points where the fabric of three-dimensional space could be manipulated through precise calculation and certain geometric arrangements. He believed that our familiar dimensions were merely a subset of a much larger multidimensional structure, and that with the right equations one could create windows or even doors to these other spaces. More disturbingly, he had come to believe that these other dimensions were inhabited. They press against the membrane of our reality. He wrote in an entry dated just 3 months before his death. I can hear them now even when the equations are dormant. They've become aware of the window. They speak to me through the calculations. They want me to make it wider. The final entries became increasingly paranoid and fragmented. They're finding other ways in. Weaker points in the house where the dimensional membrane has grown thin from proximity to my work. Carruthers left yesterday. Said he couldn't sleep with the whispering. Coward. Doesn't he understand what we've accomplished? They're changing the equations when I'm not looking. Subtle alterations that would widen the aperture. I've taken to photographing my work before leaving the room, then comparing when I returned. The last entry, dated just 1 day before his death, ruled a heart attack by the coroner, contained just one sentence. God help me. I think I calculated wrong. I closed the journal, my mind reeling. Part of me, the rational, scientific part, wanted to dismiss it all as the delusions of a brilliant mind that had lost its way. But another part, the part that had heard the whispers and seen that grotesque hand reaching through solid plaster, knew better. I needed to understand what Maxwell had done. If there really were windows to other dimensions in this house, I needed to find them and find a way to close them. I spent the remainder of the day and well into the night studying his papers, trying to make sense of the advanced mathematics that was well beyond my comprehension. It was nearly midnight when I found the diagram, a detailed floor plan of the house with 7 points marked in red ink. Each corresponded to a location where Maxwell had created one of his windows. The sitting room below my bedroom was one. The others were scattered throughout the house, including one in the basement I hadn't yet explored. Armed with this knowledge and a desperate need to verify what I was reading, I decided to check each location. The first 2 points, one in the empty study, another in a bathroom on the second floor, showed nothing obvious to my untrained eye, though standing in those spaces made my skin prickle with unease. The third point was in the main hallway, centered on an ornate medallion in the ceiling that I had previously assumed was purely decorative. Looking at it now, I could see the same mathematical symbols I'd noticed in the sitting room, cunningly integrated into the floral design so as to be nearly invisible to casual observation. As I stood beneath it, staring upward, I felt a distinct sensation of being watched, not from any direction within the house, but from above, as if something on the other side of that medallion was peering down at me through the solid surface. Then the whispers started again, louder than before, and this time I could make out the words with perfect clarity. He sees us now. The other one died before finishing. This one might complete it. We've waited so long. So hungry. I ran up the stairs, into the master bedroom, slamming and locking the door behind me. My breath came in ragged gasps as I leaned against the solid wood, as if my weight could somehow keep at bay whatever was moving through the house. That's when I noticed the temperature in the room had dropped dramatically. My breath fogged in front of my face, and the window panes had frosted over despite the mild spring night outside. The whispering surrounded me now, coming from all directions at once, a cacophony of overlapping voices growing louder by the second. And then silence. A single voice spoke clearly from directly behind me. We've been waiting for another thorn. I turned slowly, already knowing I would find something impossible. A figure stood by the bed, humanoid in basic shape but wrong in all its proportions. It stood nearly 7 feet tall, its limbs too long and jointed in too many places. Its skin was the color of a days-old bruise, and where a face should have been was only a suggestion of features, as if viewed through rippling water. "You open the way," it said, its voice somehow bypassing my ears and resonating directly in my mind. Just as he did. "I didn't open anything," I managed to say, my voice barely a whisper. "Blood calls to blood. The calculations recognize you. The windows respond." Took a step toward me, its movement like stop-motion animation, jerky and discontinuous. "We need you to finish what he started. The breaches are too small. We cannot fully come through." "What are you?" I asked, pressing my back against the door, my hand blindly searching for the knob. "We are what waits between, in the spaces you cannot perceive. We have always been here, alongside your reality but separate, until your uncle found the equations that could bridge the gap." Another step. The temperature dropped further. Frost began to form on the walls. He realized his mistake too late, tried to close what he had opened, but the calculations, once executed, cannot be fully undone. Only adjusted. My fingers found the doorknob, ice cold against my skin. I twisted it slowly, praying the creature wouldn't notice. "We need more space. Your dimension is so roomy. Ours has grown crowded over the millennia. What do you want from me?" I asked, trying to keep its attention as I gradually pulled the door open behind me. Its non-face rippled, forming a momentary approximation of a smile that extended too far up its cheeks. Your cooperation would be preferable. Your uncle resisted at the end, made it messy. The implication hit me like a physical blow. Maxwell's heart attack. Had these things killed him when he tried to close the dimensional breaches he'd created? I'm not a mathematician, I said truthfully. I couldn't help you even if I wanted to. You don't need to understand the calculations. You only need to alter them as we instruct. Or, it gestured vaguely around the room. We will find other ways. Already we can manifest briefly. Soon, with or without your help, the breaches will widen on their own. We merely offer you a chance to make the transition smoother. The door was open enough now. I took a deep breath, then spun and bolted through the opening, slamming it shut behind me. I heard no pursuit as I ran down the stairs and out of the house, but the whispering followed me, seeming to emanate from the very structure of the building. You cannot leave this unfinished. The calculations have tasted your blood. We will wait. We have nothing but time. I spent that night in my car, parked at a rest stop 20 miles from Milford Cove. In the morning, operating on no sleep and the kind of clarity that comes only from absolute terror, I formulated a plan. I couldn't simply abandon the house, not if what the entity had said was true, that the breaches would continue to widen on their own. Whatever my uncle had started needed to be properly finished. The doorways closed rather than opened further. I drove to the nearest university, 2 hours away, and found the mathematics department. Using my status as a fellow educator, I managed to secure a meeting with Dr. Eleanor Weiss, a professor specializing in multidimensional topology. I presented my uncle's work as a theoretical project I discovered among his effects, carefully omitting any mention of whispering walls or impossible creatures. Dr. Weiss studied the equations with growing amazement and concern. These are remarkable, she said, pushing her glasses up her nose as she pored over the photocopies I'd made of Maxwell's notes. Your uncle was either a genius or... She trailed off. Or, I prompted. She looked up at me, her expression troubled. Where he found these somewhere. These equations, if I'm reading them correctly, they describe a theoretical framework for creating stable Einstein-Rosen bridges anchored in physical space. In English, please? Wormholes. Your uncle was calculating how to create wormholes inside a house. She shook her head in disbelief. But that's impossible with our current technology and understanding of physics. Hypothetically, I said carefully, if someone had managed to create these wormholes, how would they be closed? She studied me curiously before answering. Theoretically, you would need to reverse the polarity of the initial calculations. Instead of solving for an opening, you'd solve for a closure. She pointed to a particular set of equations. See these matrices here? They're currently arranged to create what your uncle calls dimensional apertures. To close them, you'd need to transpose the matrices and recalculate the eigenvalues with negative coefficients. She must have seen the blank look on my face. It's advanced mathematics, she said apologetically. I'd need weeks to work through all this properly. I don't have weeks, I said, more to myself than to her. Dr. Weiss studied me intently. Mr. Thorne, what exactly is going on? These aren't just theoretical exercises, are they? I considered telling her everything but feared she would think me insane. Instead, I thanked her for her time and asked if she could provide me with the basic mathematical approach for hypothetically closing such apertures. To my relief, she wrote out several pages of notes, explaining the general principles as simply as she could. Whatever your uncle was involved in, she said as I was leaving, be careful. These equations, if they worked, would be tampering with the fundamental structure of reality. That's not something to be taken lightly. Armed with Dr. Weiss's notes and a desperate determination, I returned to the house late that afternoon. As I pulled into the driveway, I noticed the curtains in several windows move, as if someone or something had been watching for my return. The whispers began the moment I stepped through the front door, more numerous and excited than before. He's back. Did he bring help? No, he's alone. Perfect. I ignored them as best I could, making my way directly to the tower study where I'd found Maxwell's journal. I needed to understand exactly what he had done and then figure out how to undo it using Dr. Weiss's guidance. Hours passed as I pored over the materials, struggling to grasp concepts that were far beyond my training. The whispers continued intermittently, sometimes fading to near silence, sometimes swelling to a distracting chorus. Twice I glimpsed movement from the corner of my eye, a shadowy figure watching from the doorway, gone when I turned to look directly at it. By midnight, I had identified what I believed to be the central calculation governing all 7 apertures. According to Maxwell's notes, he had created a single master equation that controlled the dimensional barriers throughout the house, with the individual apertures merely serving as access points to the same non-Euclidean space. If Dr. Weiss was correct, I needed to transpose this master equation and recalculate it with negative coefficients. The problem was, I didn't know how to do that with my limited mathematical knowledge. As I sat there, staring hopelessly at the incomprehensible symbols, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. Frost formed on the windows, and my breath clouded in front of me. A voice spoke from directly behind my chair. "You're trying to close the way." I didn't turn around. "Yes, we cannot allow that. I can't allow you to come through," I said, surprised by the steadiness of my own voice. A pale, elongated hand came into view, reaching over my shoulder to touch the paper containing the master equation. Where its fingertip made contact, the ink began to change, the symbols rearranging themselves. "These are the correct calculations," the voice said. "To widen the way, complete them." I stared at the changing equation, an idea forming. What if I appeared to cooperate but actually implemented Dr. Weiss's suggestion? If I could make these entities believe I was helping them while actually working to seal the breaches? "I'll need time," I said. "These calculations are complex." "Time is a luxury," the voice responded. "The apertures grow unstable. They must be either widened properly or what? Or they will collapse catastrophically, taking this structure and much of your reality nearby with them." I turned slowly in my chair, coming face to face with the entity. In the confined space of the study, its wrongness was even more apparent. The way light seemed to bend around it, the subtle distortion of space where its body should have clear boundaries. "How do I know you're telling the truth?" I asked. This non-face rippled. "You felt the instability, the cold spots, the temporal anomalies." "Temporal anomalies? You haven't noticed? Time passes differently in different parts of the house now, a consequence of the failing dimensional boundaries." I recalled how my bedside clock had stopped the previous night. Was that what it meant? "Help me understand exactly what needs to be done," I said, trying to sound cooperative. "Show me." The entity moved to the desk, its movements still disconcertingly discontinuous, as if it existed in some frames but not others. It began manipulating the equations with its elongated fingers, the symbols rearranging themselves as it worked. I watched carefully, mentally comparing its changes to what Dr. Weiss had explained. The entity was indeed widening the apertures, but in doing so, it unwittingly revealed the mathematical structure I would need to reverse the process. For hours, I observed as it worked, asking questions that would elicit more information while feigning growing understanding. Other entities joined us, 3 more of the impossible figures crowding the tower room, their bodies partially overlapping in ways that hurt my eyes to perceive. By dawn, I had what I needed, a clear understanding of the master equation and how to transpose it to achieve the opposite effect. The entities seemed satisfied with my apparent cooperation, withdrawing as sunlight began to filter through the windows. "Complete the calculations," the first entity instructed before fading from view. "We will return at next darkness." Once alone, I worked feverishly, applying Dr. Weiss's principles to the equation the entities had revealed. If I was right, executing this revised calculation would collapse all 7 apertures simultaneously, sealing whatever dimensional breach Maxwell had created. The obvious question was, how had my uncle executed the original calculation? Simply writing down an equation, no matter how revolutionary, shouldn't alter physical reality. There had to be more to it. I found my answer in a locked drawer of the central desk. Inside was a small wooden box containing what appeared to be 7 identical brass devices, each about the size of a pocket watch. They were intricately engraved with the same mathematical symbols I'd seen throughout the house, and each had a small winding key protruding from one side. Maxwell's journal provided the final piece of the puzzle. The devices were what he called calculation engines, ingenious mechanical computers designed to physically execute the dimensional mathematics when placed at the correct locations and activated. According to his notes, the original calculation had been executed by winding all 7 devices simultaneously at precisely midnight during an astronomical alignment that occurred once every 33 years. That alignment had happened during the final year of his life. The next question chilled me. How could I execute my reverse calculation without waiting for another alignment? Maxwell's later entries suggested a possibility that once the initial breach was created, the alignment became less critical. The apertures themselves generated the necessary cosmic conditions locally, meaning a secondary calculation could be performed at any time, provided all 7 engines were activated simultaneously. But I was just one person. How could I wind 7 devices in 7 different locations at exactly the same moment? I spent the day modifying the calculation engines according to my reversed equation, working against the clock as I felt the dimensional stability continuing to deteriorate around me. Strange phenomena manifested with increasing frequency. Rooms that hadn't been there before appearing at the ends of hallways. Familiar doorways opening onto impossible spaces. Glimpses of landscapes through windows that should have shown only the backyard. The whispering never ceased, growing progressively more threatening as the entities realized what I was attempting. He betrays us, like the other one. We should take him now. No, let him try. The calculations are too complex for his kind. When he fails, we will have him. My solution to the simultaneous activation problem came from an unexpected source, Maxwell himself. In a hidden compartment beneath the tower room floor, I discovered a set of mechanical timers he had apparently constructed for this very contingency. Each could be set to trigger at a precise time, turning a small key mechanism that could be attached to the calculation engines. As evening approached, I placed the modified engines at each of the 7 locations marked on Maxwell's diagram, connecting each to one of the timing devices set to activate at exactly midnight. The entities watched me work but did not interfere, perhaps believing I was still following their instructions or simply confident that I would fail. By 11:30 p.m., everything was in place. I retreated to the tower room, the highest point in the house and theoretically the safest place to be when the reversed calculation executed. The entities gathered around me, their forms seeming more solid, more present than before, as if the weakening dimensional barriers were allowing them to manifest more fully in our reality. "You have made an error," the first entity said, studying me with its non-face. "Have I?" I tried to keep my voice steady. "We have existed in the spaces between dimensions for eons. Did you think we cannot recognize a calculation's true purpose?" Fear gripped me. Had they realized what I'd done? Would they stop the timers before they could activate? "The apertures will collapse," it continued, "but not in the way you imagine." "What do you mean?" "Your uncle discovered the same solution near his end, tried to implement it. Its body rippled with what might have been amusement. The result was unfortunate." "What happened to him?" I demanded, though part of me already knew. "When an aperture collapses improperly, it creates what your physics would term a singularity. Localized but devastating. Your uncle was consumed by it, drawn into a space between spaces where time has no meaning and consciousness endures eternally." A cold realization dawned on me. The whispering, "It's not just you, is it? He's there too. Maxwell is trapped between dimensions." The entity's non-face rippled again. "Along with many others who have interfered with the calculations over generations. This house has a long history of curious minds." I glanced at my watch. 11:58 p.m. 2 minutes remaining. "You should have simply helped us widen the way," the entity said, moving closer. "Now you will join the chorus behind the walls. Perhaps in a few decades, another thorn will inherit this house, and the cycle will continue." The other entities began to close in, their bodies seeming to merge and separate in nauseating patterns. The air grew thick, difficult to breathe, as if reality itself was condensing around me. 11:59 p.m. It's not too late, I said desperately. Tell me how to properly collapse the apertures without creating a singularity. There is no proper way, the entity replied. The mathematics do not allow for it. Once opened, the breach can only be widened or improperly collapsed. Your uncle understood this too late. I backed away until I hit the wall, the entities drawing ever closer. The temperature plummeted, frost spreading across the floor from their impossible feet. Then I'll take my chances with the collapse, I said. Midnight struck. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. A high-pitched whine filled the air, painful in its intensity. The floor beneath my feet seemed to become liquid for a moment before resolidifying in a slightly different configuration. The entities froze in place, their forms stretching and distorting as if viewed through warped glass. What have you done? The voice was no longer in my mind but physical, the air itself vibrating with its rage and fear. The walls of the tower room began to ripple, sections bulging inward before snapping back into place. Through the windows, I could see the same effect happening throughout the house, reality flexing and warping as the dimensional apertures began to collapse. The entities tried to flee, their bodies elongating grotesquely as they stretched toward the walls, attempting to return to whatever space they had come from. One made it, its form seeming to sink into the solid surface of the wall. Two others were caught mid-transition, their bodies partially embedded in the floor and ceiling, their movements becoming increasingly frantic. The first entity, the one that had spoken to me most often, remained fully present, its attention fixed on me. The singularity forms, it said, its voice distorting. But not as before. What did you change in the calculation? I didn't answer. In truth, I had made one critical modification to Dr. Weiss's instructions. An intuitive adjustment based on something I'd noticed in Maxwell's original equations. Where he had calculated for 7 apertures connecting to a single non-Euclidean space, I had recalculated for 7 individual collapses, essentially compartmentalizing the dimensional breach. The entity seemed to read my thoughts. Clever, but insufficient. The 7th aperture, the master breach, cannot be compartmentalized. A deep rumbling began beneath the house, the entire structure shaking as if in an earthquake. Cracks appeared in the walls of the tower room, but instead of revealing the expected wooden beams or insulation behind the plaster, they showed only darkness. Not the absence of light, but the absence of anything recognizable as space. The collapse cascades, the entity said, its form beginning to lose cohesion. If you survive, remember us. We will be waiting in the spaces between your thoughts, in the moments between your heartbeats, and we will find another way through. With those words, it dissolved entirely, not into nothingness, but into a fine mist that seemed to sink into the very air around me. The remaining trapped entities emitted sounds no human vocal cords could produce as their partially embedded bodies were torn apart by the collapsing dimensional boundaries. I ran, down the spiral staircase, through corridors that twisted in ways they shouldn't, past rooms that flashed into and out of existence as I passed. The house was tearing itself apart. Not physically, but dimensionally, spaces folding and unfolding in impossible patterns. I reached the front door just as the rumbling peaked. As I pulled it open, I looked back and saw, just for an instant, the full extent of what Maxwell had done. The interior of the house no longer resembled anything human architecture could produce. Rooms existed inside other rooms. Staircases led both up and down simultaneously, and throughout the impossible space, countless faces pressed against surfaces that shouldn't exist. Men and women with eyes wide in eternal terror, mouths open in silent screams. Among them, I glimpsed a face I recognized from old family photographs. Maxwell, my uncle, trapped in the dimensional prison of his own creation. I stumbled outside and collapsed on the dew-damp lawn, turning to watch as the exterior of the house remained perfectly intact while light flashed from within. Not the warm yellow of electric bulbs, but cold, colorless illumination that hurt my eyes and left prismatic afterimages on my retinas. Then silence. The rumbling stopped. The flashing lights ceased. The house stood as it always had, a Victorian monstrosity silhouetted against the night sky. I didn't dare go back inside. I spent the night in my car again, watching the house from a distance, half expecting it to implode or sink into the ground or undergo some other catastrophic transformation. But nothing visibly changed. When dawn broke, I cautiously approached the front door. It opened at my touch, revealing an interior that appeared, at first glance, entirely normal. The same entrance hall, the same staircase, the same wallpapered corridors. But as I moved deeper into the house, subtle wrongness became apparent. Doorways that were slightly too narrow or too wide. Corners that weren't quite 90 degrees. Shadows that fell at impossible angles relative to the light sources. Most disturbing of all was the silence. The whispering that had been my constant companion since moving in was gone, replaced by an absence so profound it felt physical, as if the house had been sonically insulated from the rest of reality. I made my way to the tower room, needing to confirm what had happened to my uncle's research. The spiral staircase seemed longer than before, turning through more rotations than should have been possible given the height of the tower. When I finally reached the circular room, I found it transformed. The 3 desks were still there, arranged in their triangular configuration, but they now appeared to be made of some dark, reflective material that wasn't quite wood or metal or stone, but somehow all 3 simultaneously. The papers containing Maxwell's equations were gone, and in their place was a single sheet of yellowed parchment covered in what looked like Sanskrit but wasn't quite any known human language. The center of the floor, where I had discovered the hidden compartment containing the mechanical timers, was now occupied by a circular depression about 3 feet in diameter. Its surface had the appearance of still water, though when I cautiously touched it, my finger met solid resistance. As I studied this anomaly, I noticed something moving within its depths. Not a reflection, but something on the other side of whatever barrier separated this space from another. I leaned closer, and a face slowly rose to the surface. Maxwell's face, aged beyond his years, his eyes sunken and filled with unimaginable suffering. His lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear. I shook my head, indicating my inability to understand. He pressed a hand against the underside of the barrier. The fingers splayed wide, and I instinctively backed away. The surface of the circle rippled, and suddenly sound emerged, not from any specific direction but seemingly from inside my own head. Partial success. Contained but not closed. Listen carefully. The voice was fragmented, cutting in and out like a radio signal fighting through interference. Entities still present, dormant now. House exists in multiple, simultaneously. Don't stay. Never stay overnight. His face contorted with effort, as if pushing the words through the dimensional barrier required immense energy. Family curse, calculations in our blood. They'll call to you, whisper in your dreams, make you continue the work. His image began to fade, sinking back into the impossible depths. Burn it all, only way, burn. Then he was gone, the circular surface once again appearing solid and inert. I didn't need further convincing. I left the tower room and methodically went through the house, gathering whatever personal belongings I could find that weren't touched by the dimensional collapse. In the master bedroom, I found my suitcase had merged partially with the floor, the fabric, and would becoming a single, inseparable material at the points of contact. I left it. In the kitchen, I found the gas line that fed the ancient stove. Using tools from a shed in the backyard, I disconnected it, leaving gas to flow freely into the house. Then I soaked rags in cooking oil, placing them strategically throughout the first floor. Standing on the front lawn, I struck a match and tossed it through the open door. The initial explosion blew out most of the windows on the first floor, and within minutes, flames had engulfed the entire structure. I watched from across the street as the Victorian monstrosity burned. The fire behaved strangely. In some places, the flames were the expected orange-yellow, but in others, particularly around the 7 locations marked on Maxwell's diagram, they burned with unusual colors. Deep violet, electric blue, and a green so vivid it hurt to look at directly. As the roof of the east wing collapsed, I heard it one last time. Not the chorus of whispers that had haunted the house, but a single, drawn-out scream that couldn't have been produced by the fire alone. It rose in pitch until it passed beyond the range of human hearing, leaving only a pressure in my eardrums and a certainty that something that should not exist in our reality had finally been destroyed. Or so I believed. That was 3 months ago. I've since relocated to a small apartment 2 states away, using what little savings I had to start a new life under a different name. I told no one where I was going. Not my sister, not Dr. Weiss, not the authorities who undoubtedly have questions about the fire that destroyed a historic property. For the first few weeks, I slept soundly for the first time since inheriting the house. No whispers disturbed my rest. No impossible figures watched from dark corners. I began to believe I had escaped, that burning the house had indeed broken whatever dimensional curse had afflicted my family for generations. Then, last Tuesday, I woke at 3:27 a.m. to the sound of my bedside clock stopping. I froze, listening intently to the silence, praying I was mistaken. But then I heard it, faint at first, but growing steadily clearer, whispering coming from within the walls of my new apartment. Found you. Cannot escape the calculations. Blood calls to blood. We're still here, just much closer now. I turned on every light and searched the apartment frantically, finding nothing visibly amiss. But when I returned to the bedroom, I noticed something on the ceiling I was certain hadn't been there before. A small circular pattern, about 6 inches in diameter, composed of densely packed mathematical symbols. As I stared up at it in horror, a single drop of something dark and viscous fell from the center of the pattern, landing on my forehead. It burned like acid, and as I wiped it away, I realized with dawning terror that it was forming shapes on my skin. The same mathematical symbols that had been on the ceiling, now etching themselves into my flesh. The whispers grew louder, no longer coming from the walls but from inside my own head. The calculations are in your blood now. You cannot burn what lives inside you. We will finish what Maxwell started. Through you. I write this account not knowing how much longer I'll remain myself. Already I find my thoughts turning obsessively to mathematics I've never studied, equations materializing fully formed in my mind when I close my eyes. My fingers itch to write them down, to work through the calculations that would once again open the way. Last night, I caught my reflection in the bathroom mirror writing equations on the fog glass. My hand moving independently of my conscious control, transcribing formulae that make less and less sense to my waking mind but feel increasingly right to some deeper part of me that is no longer entirely my own. If you're reading this, it means one of 2 things. Either I've found the strength to end things before I become the next link in this terrible chain, or I've already begun the work of creating new apertures, new breaches in the dimensional walls. If it's the latter, then consider this both confession and warning. If you encounter a house where the angles seem slightly wrong, where shadows fall where they shouldn't, where whispers emanate from the walls themselves, run. Don't look back. Don't try to understand. And if you hear someone calling your name from behind the wallpaper, from within the plaster and wood and space itself, know that it isn't me anymore. Whatever speaks with my voice, whatever wears the remnants of my face pressed against the membrane between dimensions, it is only using what's left of my consciousness as a mask. The real me died the moment I realized the truth. There was never any escape. The house wasn't the vessel for the breach. We all were. The Thorn bloodline itself is the calculation, written in genetic code passed down through generations, each of us merely variables in an equation larger than any single life. And the answer to that equation is coming. God help us all when it finally resolves. The whispers are getting louder now. They've started forming words on my skin. Tiny raised welts in the shape of numbers and symbols I both do and don't recognize. My fingers bleed from writing equations for 18 hours straight yesterday, covering every surface of my apartment with the mathematics of dimensional transgression. I can feel myself slipping away, being replaced by something else. Something that has waited patiently across eons and dimensions for precisely this moment, this consciousness, this particular arrangement of atoms that completes a calculation begun before human civilization existed. If any trace of my true self survives what comes next, I hope it finds peace in whatever space exists between heartbeats, between thoughts, between dimensions where time has no meaning and consciousness endures eternally. Listen for me in the whispers behind your walls. I'll be there, among the chorus of the lost, trying to warn you. The geometry of your reality is not what you think. The mathematics of your existence is flawed. The calculations are never complete. And the spaces between dimensions are hungry. The ringing started 3 weeks after my grandmother's funeral. At first, it was so faint I mistook it for tinnitus. A subtle, high-pitched tone that seemed to emerge from nowhere and everywhere at once. I'd shake my head, wiggle a finger in my ear, and go about my day, dismissing it as stress or exhaustion. After all, I had just inherited a house I never wanted, in a town I'd fled 15 years ago. But the ringing persisted, and then it changed. I was sorting through Gran's extensive collection of antique teacups when I first noticed it. The way the ringing would stop abruptly whenever I touched certain objects. The silence was sudden and absolute, like stepping from a crowded room into a vacuum. I'd lift my hand, and the noise would resume, a delicate silver needle threading through my consciousness. The realization didn't strike me immediately. It took 4 days of moving through the cluttered Victorian rooms, touching inherited possessions, before I understood the pattern. The ringing silenced when I touched things that didn't belong to my grandmother. Things that belonged to someone else entirely. Things that had been hidden throughout the house. I should have called someone then. Should have packed my bags and returned to my sterile apartment in Boston. But curiosity is a powerful drug, and grief makes addicts of us all. Gran's house sat at the end of Wisteria Lane, a towering Victorian structure that had slowly decayed over decades of inadequate maintenance. The paint, once a cheerful yellow, had faded to the sickly pallor of old teeth, and the wraparound porch sagged in the middle like an exhausted spine. From the outside, it looked like what it was: the home of an elderly woman who'd lacked the resources or strength to maintain it properly. Inside was different. Inside was immaculate. Every surface gleamed. Every floorboard had been polished to a high shine. Every piece of furniture, and there were many, had been arranged with meticulous precision. Gran had been fastidious about the interior of her home, a trait that had intensified after my grandfather's death. The contrast between outside and inside had always unsettled me as a child, like wearing filthy clothes over scrubbed skin. I stood in the foyer that first night after the funeral, suitcase in hand, and breathed in the competing scents of lemon polish and old wood. The familiar smell of Gran's chamomile tea was noticeably absent, replaced by the faint chemical hint of the hospital where she'd spent her final days. The lawyer had been clear. I needed to stay in the house for at least 3 months before it could be sold. Some arcane stipulation in Gran's will design to force me back to Millfield, the town I'd escaped after high school. 3 months in this museum of memories. "You don't have to keep anything," the lawyer had said, perhaps noting my expression. "Just occupy the residence." Mrs. Harwick was particular about that. Particular. Yes, that described Gran perfectly. Particular about her house, her possessions, her privacy, and apparently about ensuring I couldn't simply liquidate her estate from a safe distance. The ringing started that first night. By the end of the first week, I'd established a morbid game with myself. Walk through rooms, touch objects, note which ones silenced the maddening tone. I began keeping a list. Items that stopped the ringing. Silver letter opener, desk drawer, study. Red leather-bound book, no title, bookshelf, living room. Pearl necklace, jewelry box, master bedroom. Child's wooden top, attic trunk. Bronze key, taped under kitchen sink. The list grew daily, each item perfectly maintained, like everything else in the house, but somehow wrong, foreign, as if they'd been placed in the house by an outside hand attempting to mimic Gran's precise arrangement but missing some crucial detail. I gathered them all in the dining room, arranging them on the mahogany table that had hosted 40 years of Thanksgiving dinners. 19 items, each one silencing the persistent ringing when touched. 19 items that had no obvious connection to one another or to my grandmother. "What were you hiding, Gran?" I whispered to the empty room. The house creaked in response, a low settling of ancient joints that I tried to interpret as meaningless. The ringing continued, softer now with all the foreign objects gathered in one place, but still present, still searching. That night, I dreamed of Gran for the first time since her death. She stood at the foot of my bed, not the withered, cancer-ravaged woman of 92 who died clutching my hand, but the imposing matriarch of my childhood. Her silver hair was pulled into its customary tight bun, her spine straight as a ruler. "You shouldn't have touched them," she said, her voice clearer than it had been in years. "Now she knows you're here." I woke to the sound of shattering glass from downstairs. The dining room was undisturbed when I entered, baseball bat in hand, heart pounding against my ribs. The 19 objects remained arranged on the table, catching the moonlight that streamed through the bay windows. Nothing broken, nothing changed, but the ringing had stopped completely. In its place came a new sound, a soft, rhythmic tapping from the kitchen. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, 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 like impatient fingernails on countertop. I tightened my grip on the bat and moved toward the sound. The kitchen was a monument to the 1970s. Avocado appliances and faux-wood cabinets that Gran had refused to update despite my mother's repeated offers to renovate. The tapping emanated from the refrigerator, an ancient Frigidaire that hummed perpetually, its motor working overtime to maintain temperature. Tap, tap, tap from inside. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. I stood frozen, watching the refrigerator door vibrate slightly with each tap. My rational mind offered explanations: ice maker malfunctioning, mechanical issue, pipes settling. But I knew, with a certainty that bypassed logic, that something waited inside. "This is ridiculous," I said aloud, my voice startling in the silent house. "This is grief and exhaustion and an overactive imagination." The tapping stopped at the sound of my voice. I waited, counting heartbeats in the sudden silence, then slowly approached the refrigerator. The handle was cold beneath my fingers, the metal chilling my palm as I hesitated. "Just open it," I muttered. I pulled the door open in one swift motion. Inside, the refrigerator was empty except for a single mason jar on the middle shelf. The jar contained what appeared to be water, perfectly clear and still. As I watched, the surface of the liquid rippled, as if disturbed by an unseen finger. Tap, tap, tap. The sound came from the jar itself, the glass vibrating with each tap though nothing visible touched it. I reached for it, compelled by the same curiosity that had driven me to collect the 19 objects. The moment my fingertips grazed the cold glass, the water inside turned black, an instantaneous transformation from clear to absolute darkness. The jar grew hot in my hand, burning hot, and I dropped it, stumbling backward as it shattered on the linoleum floor. The black liquid didn't splash or pool as water should. Instead, it moved with purpose, flowing across the floor in rivulets that defied gravity and physics. It gathered itself into a small, undulating mass that pulsated like a heart. And then it spoke. "Finally," it said, the voice emerging from everywhere and nowhere, like the ringing had been. A woman's voice, but distorted, as if heard through layers of thick fabric. "I've been so patient." I backed away until I hit the counter, the edge digging into my spine. "What are you?" The mass of darkness rippled. "A friend of your grandmother's, the only true friend she ever had." "Gran didn't have friends," I said automatically. It was true, Gran had been respected in Millfield, consulted for her knowledge of local history and herbal remedies, but never close to anyone. She'd kept the world at arm's length, including her family, especially her family. "Oh, she had me?" the voice said, amusement curling through the words. "For 67 years, she had me. And now I have you." The darkness surged forward suddenly, flowing up the cabinets and across the countertops with impossible speed. I bolted from the kitchen, slamming the door behind me, though I knew instinctively that ordinary barriers would mean nothing to whatever had been released. In the dining room, the 19 objects had changed. Where before they'd been scattered across the table's surface, now they formed a perfect circle. In the center lay a small, leather-bound journal I hadn't seen before. My grandmother's diary, I realized. The one possession of hers I'd been unable to find during my first week of searching. The ringing began again, louder now, insistent, demanding action. I opened the journal with trembling hands. April 17th, 1957. I've done something terrible. The woman who came to town last month. The one everyone whispers about, with her strange herbs and stranger eyes. She offered me what I couldn't resist. A solution to my problem. A way to ensure Robert would never leave me for that waitress at the diner. The ritual was simple enough. 3 drops of my blood. 3 strands of his hair. 3 words I can't bring myself to write down. She warned me there would be a cost. All magic demands payment, she said. I didn't believe in magic then. I do now. Robert's affections returned to me immediately. The waitress left town the next day. Her departure so sudden people still gossip about it. I should feel triumphant. Instead, I feel watched. There's something in the house now. Something that came with the spell. I hear it at night, moving through the rooms, touching my possessions, rearranging them when I'm not looking. Yesterday, I found all my silver laid out on the dining table in a pattern I didn't recognize. The witch said nothing about this. When I went to confront her, her cottage at the edge of the woods was empty, as if she'd never existed. Robert doesn't notice anything amiss. He smiles at me with renewed devotion, brings me flowers, speaks of our future children. But sometimes, when he thinks I'm not looking, his eyes go distant and confused, as if he's trying to remember something important. What have I done? The entries continued, chronicling my grandmother's growing awareness of the presence in her house. She called it the whisper, for the sound it made as it moved through rooms. A soft susurration like silk dragged across wooden floors. According to her increasingly frantic notes, the whisper had made a bargain with her. It would maintain the spell on my grandfather, ensuring his unwavering devotion in exchange for residence privileges. But as the years passed, those privileges expanded. The whisper began collecting objects, items belonging to people who visited the house. A button from a neighbor's coat, a handkerchief from the pastor, a hair ribbon from a childhood friend of my mother's. Small things unlikely to be missed, which Gran would find arranged in meaningful patterns throughout the house. June 3rd, 1962. It's taking more now. Not just objects, but essence. I found Mrs. Patterson's gardening shears in the attic yesterday, arranged with 13 other items in that circular pattern it favors. When I returned the shears, claiming I'd borrowed them months ago, she had no memory of ever owning them. Her roses have all died, though she doesn't seem to notice or care. The whisper tells me this is part of our arrangement, that by allowing it to sample from visitors, I maintain Robert's affection and our prosperity. The house has never looked better. Every surface gleams, every fabric remains unstained, every wooden element polished to perfection. The whisper takes pride in our home, arranges flowers in vases before I even think to do so. But I've noticed the changes in our visitors. The subtle draining. Pastor Wells used to give such passionate sermons. Now he speaks in a monotone, his eyes vacant. Meredith's friend Caroline, who is always sketching in notebooks, hasn't drawn in months. The whisper feeds on what makes them special, and I allow it because I'm afraid of what will happen if I don't. The final pages of the journal detailed Gran's desperate attempts to contain the entity she'd invited into her home. After my grandfather died suddenly of a stroke at 63, she no longer needed the whisper's original bargain. But severing their connection proved impossible. November 12, 1991. I've sealed it in the jar using the witch's methods. Finally found her grimoire hidden in the false bottom of the hope chest. She never left town at all. The spell required sacrifice. More blood, more words I won't commit to paper. The entity fought, but I was prepared. 67 objects arranged precisely, each one taken from someone over the years. A circuit of containment. It cannot escape the jar as long as the objects remain in the house, undisturbed. I've hidden them carefully, integrated them so completely into my possessions that no one would recognize them as foreign. The perfect camouflage. I will not destroy the jar. The witch's notes were explicit. Destruction of the vessel without proper banishment would only release the whisper in its true form. And that would be catastrophic. Instead, I will guard it, for as long as I live. And after that, God forgive me for what I've bound to this house. God forgive me for what I'm binding to my bloodline. The final entry, dated just 3 months before Gran's death, August 29th, 2024. My time grows short. Cancer is a greedy tenant. It takes and takes. Soon, Eliza will inherit everything. The house, its contents, and its prisoner. She was always sensitive as a child, always saw more than she should. She'll discover what I've hidden, and then she'll have choices to make. The jar weakens with my strength. I hear the whisper again at night, testing its boundaries, calling to the objects I've hidden, trying to disrupt the circuit. I should have told her, should have prepared her, but shame has sealed my lips for decades, and now it's too late. The lawyer has my instructions. 3 months in residence before she can sell. Time enough for her to find everything. Time enough for her to learn what must be done. The whisper knows she's coming. Has been waiting for a new keeper. I'm sorry, Eliza. I had no right to pass this burden to you, but perhaps you'll find a way to end what I began. You were always stronger than me. The journal ended there. I closed it with shaking hands, aware of a presence in the room with me, not behind or beside me, but everywhere, filling the space between objects like dark water. She was a diligent jailer, the whisper said, its voice clearer now, almost conversational. For decades, she kept me contained, feeding me just enough to keep me docile, but never enough to regain my strength. Clever woman, your grandmother. I stared at the 19 objects arranged on the table. 19 out of 67. I'd unwittingly broken the circuit of containment by gathering them together. Where are the others? I asked, my voice steadier than I felt. The darkness pulsed with what might have been amusement. Scattered throughout the house, in drawers and closets, behind picture frames, under floorboards. Your grandmother was thorough, and if I find them all, put them back where they belong. Then you become the jailer, the whisper said simply. You maintain the house exactly as she did. You live here alone, but for me, preserving the circuit. Never selling, never leaving for more than a day or two. A prisoner yourself in all but name. The ringing in my ears intensified, and I realized it wasn't coming from the whisper at all. It was a warning system, Gran's final gift. A way to identify the objects that didn't belong. And if I refuse, the darkness coalesced, forming a vaguely humanoid shape across the table from me. Features began to appear. Suggestions of eyes, a mouth, hair that moved as if underwater. Then I take what I need, it said. From you, from this town. I've been contained for a very long time, Eliza. I'm famished. Its form shifted, becoming more solid, more defined. With a jolt of horror, I recognized the emerging face. It was mine, but wrong. My features arranged with subtle differences, like a photo negative of myself. Your grandmother understood the arrangement, my doppelganger continued, reaching for one of the objects on the table, the silver letter opener. She knew the cost of breaking a bargain with beings like me. She chose the role of jailer because the alternative was unthinkable. What are you? I whispered. The thing wearing my face smiled. I am the price of desire, the tax on wishes fulfilled. Your grandmother wanted love she hadn't earned, so I came to collect. It picked up the letter opener, examining the way light played along its edge. And I've been collecting ever since. I thought of the journal entries, the visitors who left the house diminished, missing some essential quality that had made them special. The gradual isolation of my grandmother as she tried to limit the whisper's access to new victims. Her insistence that family visits be brief, infrequent. She'd been protecting us. I need time, I said, an idea forming. Time to decide. The whisper tilted its head. My head, considering. Time is something I have in abundance, it finally said. You have until the full moon. 7 days to decide whether you'll maintain the circuit or whether I'll feed as I please. It placed the letter opener back in the circle, arranging it with surgical precision. But understand this, Eliza. If you try to leave before then, if you attempt to destroy the jar or burn this house or any other desperate measure your grandmother already attempted, I will take everything from you before you draw your next breath. The darkness collapsed in on itself, the humanoid shape dissolving into shadow that slithered across the floor and disappeared beneath the dining room door. The 19 objects remained in their perfect circle, inert but somehow threatening. The ringing in my ears continued, a constant reminder of my grandmother's unfinished work. 7 days to find 48 hidden objects. 7 days to decide whether to chain myself to this house as Gran had done, or release something hungry into the world. I started searching systematically, room by room, the ringing in my ears growing louder as I approached each hidden item. I found them in the strangest places. A silver thimble embedded in the wax of an ornamental candle, a child's marble sealed inside a decorative soap, a fountain pen nib worked into the carving of a wooden picture frame. Each discovery was a glimpse into the methodical madness that had consumed my grandmother's life. The precision with which she'd hidden these objects spoke of decades of practice, of a mind bent towards singular purpose. Protection through imprisonment, both the whispers and her own. By the 4th day, I'd recovered 58 objects. 9 remained elusive, despite my increasingly frantic search. The ringing persisted, but it had changed character, sometimes fading entirely, sometimes becoming so loud I had to press my palms against my ears for relief. The whisper visited each night, taking different forms as if trying them on for size. Sometimes it appeared as Gran, sometimes as my mother, dead 10 years in a car accident, sometimes as my ex-fiancé, always with that wrong quality, like a reflection in disturbed water. "You're getting closer," it said on the 5th night, wearing my father's face. "I can feel the circuit strengthening. Soon you'll have to choose." "Did she ever try to banish you completely?" I asked, looking up from the grimoire I'd found hidden in the false bottom of Gran's hope chest, exactly as her journal had described. The book was written in a language I couldn't identify, the pages brittle with age. "Many times," the whisper said, smiling with my father's mouth. "The witch's methods were incomplete. Your grandmother lacked certain skills, certain ingredients." It gestured at the grimoire. "You won't find your answer there. The witch herself failed to banish me. Why do you think she left that book behind when she fled?" I closed the ancient tome. "You scared her away." "I negotiated with her," the whisper corrected. "Just as I negotiated with your grandmother. Just as I'm negotiating with you." It leaned forward, my father's face melting slightly at the edges. "There are benefits to our arrangement, Eliza. The house maintains itself. You'll never want for comfort. You'll never age as others do." "Gran aged," I pointed out, "because she chose to, because she was punishing herself." The thing shrugged with my father's shoulders. "The bargain offers what you desire most. She desired atonement in her final years." "And what do I desire?" The whisper smiled, and for a moment, my father's face was replaced with something ancient and terrible. "That's what we're going to find out." On the 6th day, I found the last 9 objects. They'd been hidden together, sealed in a small metal box and buried beneath the rose bush in the garden. Gran's favorite, a white bloom that flowered year-round despite New England's harsh winters. The roses had withered in the weeks since her death, the petals browning and dropping to reveal sharp thorns beneath. The complete collection, 67 objects taken from 67 people over 67 years, now sat arranged on the dining room table. A perfect circle of stolen fragments. I recognized some of the victims from the journal entries. Pastor Wells' monogrammed cufflink, Caroline's paintbrush, Mrs. Patterson's gardening shears. Others were mysteries. A baby's silver rattle, a wedding ring, a single earring shaped like a crescent moon. The ringing in my ears had stopped completely, replaced by an expectant silence. That night, the whisper came to me wearing Gran's face again. Not the Gran of my childhood, but the dying woman I'd sat vigil with in the hospital. Skeletal thin, skin like tissue paper, eyes bright with morphine and fear. "Tomorrow is the full moon," it said, Gran's voice rasping just as it had in her final days. "Time to decide, Eliza." I nodded, keeping my expression neutral despite the panic clawing at my chest. "I've been studying the grimoire," I said carefully. And Gran's journal. Find anything useful? The whisper asked, the casualness of the question belied by the sudden intensity in its gaze. Nothing conclusive, I said, which wasn't entirely a lie. The grimoire remained largely indecipherable, the language shifting between recognizable Latin and something far older. But Gran's journal had yielded unexpected insights, hidden in the spaces between her explicit entries. Tiny notations in the margins, references to lunar cycles and seasonal shifts. And most importantly, an alternative to the false choice the whisper presented: jailer or enabler, prisoner or accomplice. I think I'll maintain the circuit, I said, watching the thing wearing my grandmother's face. As Gran did, something like disappointment flickered across its features before settling into resignation. A wise choice, it said. The alternative would have been messy. I have one question, though, I said, heart hammering against my ribs. The original spell, the one Gran used to bind Grandpa to her, did it work on its own, or was that you? The whisper smiled, an expression that stretched Gran's face in unnatural ways. Does it matter? The result was the same. Robert stayed. The waitress disappeared. Your mother was born. And eventually, you. It matters to me, I insisted. The thing sighed, a rattling sound like wind through dead leaves. The spell was real enough, but limited. It would have faded after a year or so without my enhancements. I deepened it, strengthened it, made it permanent. The smile widened impossibly. I gave your grandmother exactly what she asked for. That was our bargain. I nodded slowly, absorbing this final confirmation of what I'd suspected. Thank you for telling me. It helps with what comes next. Wariness crept into its expression. What do you mean? I stood, moving to the window where moonlight streamed in, illuminating the 67 objects arranged on the table. The full moon isn't until tomorrow night, I said quietly. Not tonight. The whisper's stolen face contorted with sudden rage, the features melting and reforming into something less human. You're trying to trick me, it hissed, voice distorting. The circuit is complete. I can feel it. The circuit is complete, I agreed. But that's not what you should be worried about. I reached into my pocket and withdrew the 68th object, a small vial containing a dark red substance. Blood. Gran's blood, taken during one of her final transfusions and preserved according to the marginal notes in her journal. You made a bargain with my grandmother, I said, uncorking the vial. She wanted my grandfather's love. You gave it to her, and in exchange, you took residence privileges. The whisper stood abruptly, its form fluctuating between my grandmother and something amorphous and dark. Be careful, Eliza, it warned. Don't do anything rash. But the original spell, the one that brought you here, that was between you and Gran alone. I continued as if it hadn't spoken. A personal covenant, blood to blood. I tipped the vial, allowing 3 drops of Gran's preserved blood to fall onto the circle of objects. They hissed on contact, a sound like water on hot metal. What are you doing? The whisper demanded, its form destabilizing further, edges blurring into shadow. Renegotiating, I said simply, the terms of your residence. The air in the dining room grew heavy, charged like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. The moonlight intensified, casting harsh shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. You can't change our bargain, the whisper said, but uncertainty had crept into its voice. Only your grandmother could. I am my grandmother's blood, I interrupted. Her direct descendant, her heir in every way that matters to beings like you. I stepped closer to the table, placing my hands on either side of the circle. And I'm changing the terms. The whisper lunged toward me, but stopped short at the edge of the circle, as if hitting an invisible barrier. Its form rippled violently, features dissolving and reforming in rapid succession. Gran, my mother, my father, me, the waitress from the diner, faces I didn't recognize, faces that weren't human at all. You don't know what you're doing. It snarled, its voice a cacophony of different tones and pitches. The witch's grimoire is incomplete. The ritual isn't from the grimoire, I finished. It's from Gran, hidden in her journal in code, prepared for whoever came after her. Prepared for me. I took a deep breath. She'd been planning this for decades, waiting for the right alignment. Tonight, when the moon is exactly as it was when she first summoned you, when the barrier between worlds thins just enough, understanding dawned in its constantly shifting features. She couldn't do it herself, the whisper realized. The original covenant prevented her. But it doesn't prevent me, I said. I'm making a new covenant. No more stolen objects. No more feeding on visitors. No more imprisonment. Then what? It demanded. What do you offer in exchange for such restrictions? I met its gaze steadily. Freedom, I said. Not here, but return to where you came from. A clean severance. No more binding to this house, this family, this world. The whisper went perfectly still, its form settling briefly into something almost human. A woman with ancient eyes in a young face. And what do you ask in return? It said, voice suddenly clear and singular. Everyone asks for something. Your grandmother wanted love. What does Eliza Harwick desire? I hesitated, aware I stood at a crossroads. Gran's notes had been explicit. To complete the banishment, I needed to abstain from making any request. Any desire voiced would create a new covenant, a new binding. The whisper would be sent back, but a connection would remain, a thread between worlds that could be tugged from either side. But standing there, facing the entity that had shaped 3 generations of my family, I felt the weight of questions unanswered, of possibilities unexplored. Knowledge, I said finally, the truth about my grandfather, about my mother's death, about the 67 people you've taken from over the years. The whisper's form solidified further, becoming the woman I'd glimpsed in brief flashes, tall and elegant, with eyes like deep wells and hair that moved as if underwater. Truth has the highest price of all, it said softly. Are you prepared to pay it? I nodded once. Then our covenant is sealed, the whisper said, and smiled with too many teeth. The answers you seek are in the house, in the spaces between, in the whispers between floorboards and behind walls. Listen for them as you once listened for the ringing. It placed a hand, almost solid now, almost real, on the table, touching the circle of objects. Call me if the answers prove too heavy to bear alone. What is your name? I asked suddenly, realizing I'd never known what to call the presence that had haunted my family for generations. The woman's smile widened impossibly. Names have power, Eliza Harwick, but you may call me Echo, for I am the resonance of desires spoken aloud. And then she was gone, not with a dramatic flash or thunderclap, but with a silent implosion, like air rushing to fill a vacuum. The 67 objects on the table collapsed inward, reduced instantly to fine ash that scattered across the polished wood. I stood alone in my grandmother's perfectly preserved house, listening to the silence. But beneath it, almost imperceptible, came the whispers, rising from the floorboards, seeping from the walls, filtering through the ceiling. Thousands of secrets, waiting to be heard. I had become the keeper of a different kind of circuit, not of imprisonment but of stories, of truths my grandmother had been too afraid to face. I took a deep breath and began to listen. In the garden outside, Gran's rosebush, brown and withered for weeks, suddenly bloomed with flowers black as midnight, their perfume heavy and sweet on the night air. A reminder, a warning, promise. The covenant had changed, but it hadn't ended. They found me 3 weeks later, when the real estate agent came to check why I hadn't been answering calls about listing the house. I was sitting in the dining room, surrounded by notebooks filled with my increasingly erratic handwriting. The whispers had yielded their secrets, so many secrets, and I had dutifully recorded each one. The truth about my grandfather, whose love had never been genuine but manufactured, maintained by supernatural force until his dying day. The truth about my mother's car accident, which hadn't been an accident at all, but a desperate attempt to escape the house she'd grown up in. A house she'd begun to hear whispering to her. The truth about 67 people who had visited over the years and left diminished, each missing some essential quality that had made them special. The police report described me as catatonic. The medical examiner found no physical cause. The psychiatrist diagnosed psychotic break induced by grief and isolation. They moved me to Millfield Psychiatric Hospital, the same building where the witch had been briefly institutionalized in 1962 before disappearing from town records entirely. My room faces east, offering a clear view of Gran's house on the hill, its yellow pane glowing gold in the morning light. The doctors say I'm improving, that the medications are working, that soon I won't hear the whispers anymore. They're wrong, of course. The whispers aren't symptoms of illness. They're the fulfillment of a covenant. Knowledge freely given, truth unburdened by omission. Echo's parting gift. At night, when the hospital grows quiet and the medication dulls to a manageable haze, I press my ear to the wall and listen to the spaces between. The whispers are stronger here, more numerous. This building has its own stories, its own secrets. I've started a new journal. The staff think it's part of my therapy. They don't read what I write, patient confidentiality. They assure me. They don't see how the ink sometimes changes color mid-sentence, how words appear that I don't remember writing. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see Gran's rosebush, black flowers blooming impossibly through snow, petals spread wide like hungry mouths. I hear Echo's voice, clear as if she were sitting beside me. Call me if the answers prove too heavy to bear alone. I haven't called her, not yet, but the covenant remains, a thread connecting worlds, and threads can be tugged from either side. Last night, I dreamed of the dining room table set with 67 new objects. A patient's missing watch, a nurse's grandmother's locket, a doctor's lucky pen, all arranged in a perfect circle, waiting for blood to seal a new covenant. I woke to find a black rose on my bedside table, its petals still wet with dew, and the ringing in my ears has started again. There's something you should know about me. I'm not crazy. At least I wasn't. Not before the recording. I found it while cleaning out my grandfather's attic after he passed. Most people discovered old photographs or forgotten heirlooms when relatives died. I found a tape recorder, an ancient thing with actual cassettes. The label, written in my grandfather's shaky handwriting, simply read, "Do not play." Of course I played it. Looking back, I can divide my life into two distinct periods, before I heard that tape and after. The before seems like someone else's memories now. I was an audio engineer at a small production studio, newly divorced, settling into a modest apartment where I spent too many evenings alone with whiskey and regret. Normal pain, human pain. I didn't listen to the tape immediately. It sat on my kitchen counter for 3 days while I finished sorting through Grandpa's belongings. Something about it made me uneasy. The way the plastic had yellowed with age, perhaps, or how the handwritten warning seemed to tremble across the label. But eventually, curiosity won. It was a Wednesday night. I remember because I'd just gotten back from trivia at O'Malley's, slightly buzzed on IPA and the false confidence of knowing too many useless facts. The tape recorder sat waiting, patient as a predator. When I pressed play, there was nothing but static. Loud, abrasive white noise that filled my apartment. I almost shut it off, would have if I hadn't heard the voice. Came through faintly at first, like someone speaking from the bottom of a well. A man's voice, old and raspy. Is it on? Pause. Henry, I think it's recording now. My grandfather's name was Henry. Another voice responded. A woman's this time, thin and stretched like worn silk. Good. They need to know what happened. The static grew louder, consuming their words for nearly a minute before clearing again. Shouldn't have disturbed the foundation. I told them, Henry. I told them what would happen if they built over the old cemetery. It's not just the graves, Margaret. Something else. Something older. The conversation continued, fragmented and difficult to follow. They talked about a construction project gone wrong in 1962, workers disappearing, and strange sounds coming from beneath the earth. My grandfather had been the site engineer. We sealed it up, his voice said, growing more desperate. Concrete, steel, everything we could think of, but it's not enough. It's finding ways out. The static surged again, and when it receded, the quality of the recording had changed. The background noise was different, deeper, almost organic. And the voices were no longer my grandfather and the woman. "Hello!" The voice was young, male. "Is anyone there? Please, I've been down here for so long." A soft sobbing followed. "They don't know I'm here, in the dark, but I can feel them moving closer." The tape continued like this, bursts of static followed by snippets of different voices, different times. Some seemed to be workers from the construction site. Others were harder to identify, distorted, inhuman. Then, at precisely 18 minutes and 12 seconds into the recording, all the voices stopped. The static cleared completely, and a perfect silence filled my apartment. That's when it spoke directly to me. "We've been waiting for you, Adam." My name. My fucking name. The voice wasn't coming from the tape recorder anymore. It was behind me. I spun around, heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing was there. Just the darkness of my apartment. The streetlights casting long shadows across my floor. When I turned back, the tape had stopped playing. The counter showed it had reached the end. With shaking hands, I rewound it and played it again from the beginning. This time, there was nothing but static.
No voices.
No conversation about a construction site. Just white noise all the way through. I thought I was losing my mind. Had to be. Too much stress from the divorce, too much drinking, too many late nights. I threw the recorder in the trash and tried to forget about it. 3 days later, I noticed the static in my headphones at work. It happened during a routine editing session. I was cleaning up audio for a local commercial when I heard it. That same crackling static from the tape, faint but unmistakable beneath the client's voiceover. I ripped off my headphones, earning concerned looks from my coworkers. "You okay?" Melissa asked from her editing bay. "Yeah." I lied, rubbing my temples. "Just feedback." Blew out my eardrums a little. But it wasn't feedback. And it wasn't just in my headphones. That night, my television started producing the same static when I tried to watch Netflix. Then my car radio the next morning. My phone when making calls. Everywhere, that persistent white noise crept into my life, and within it, I could hear whispers. Too faint to make out words, but clearly voices trying to communicate. I went back to my grandfather's house, desperate for answers. The place was still half-packed, dust gathering on the boxes I'd abandoned after finding the tape. I searched everywhere, his study, his bedroom, the crawl space under the stairs. Nothing explained the recording or why he'd left it for me to find, until I discovered the false bottom in his desk drawer. Inside was a manila folder containing newspaper clippings from 1962 about the construction of Plaza Tower in downtown Oak Ridge. The headlines told the story: 3 workers missing after tunnel collapse, construction halted as search continues, Plaza project resumes after safety review. But it was the small article tucked at the back that made my blood freeze. Engineer reports unexplained phenomena at Plaza site. Psychiatric evaluation recommended. The engineer wasn't named, but I knew it was my grandfather. There was also a map with a red circle marking a location in the sub-basement of Plaza Tower, and a key with a numbered tag, 437. I didn't want to go. Everything in me screamed not to follow this path. But the static was growing louder every day, the voices more insistent. Couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't escape the feeling that something was watching me, waiting for me to acknowledge it. Plaza Tower was now a mixed-use building with offices, a few retail spaces, and expensive condos on the upper floors. The lobby was all marble and glass, staffed by a security guard who barely looked up from his phone when I entered. I told him I was meeting someone on the 12th floor, and he waved me toward the elevators. I had no plan for getting into the sub-basement. I didn't need one. When I stepped into the elevator and the doors closed, the static burst from the speakers above me, so loud it made my ears ring. The elevator lurched downward, bypassing all the buttons I hadn't pressed. The digital floor indicator flashed erratically before settling on SB. The doors opened onto darkness. Not the darkness of an unlit room, but something deeper, more absolute. It seemed to breathe. I should have let the doors close. Should have frantically pressed buttons until the elevator returned me to the lobby. Instead, I stepped forward, pulled by a compulsion I couldn't fight. My phone's flashlight activated automatically, though I hadn't touched it. The beam cut through the blackness, revealing a concrete corridor stretching ahead. Pipes ran along the ceiling, dripping condensation that echoed through the stillness. The air smelled of mildew and something else, something metallic and organic at once. I followed the corridor, guided by the map I'd memorized. Left, right, another left. The static grew louder with each step, not from any device now but from the air itself, as if reality was a poorly tuned television. At the end of the third corridor stood a door marked for 37. The key from my grandfather's desk slid into the lock with a reluctant click. Inside was a small room, bare except for a metal desk bolted to the floor and a chair. On the desk sat an old telephone, not even a rotary model, but one with a hand crank on the side. The kind that would have been outdated even in 1962. As I approached, the static converged around the telephone, making it vibrate against the metal desk. I knew what was expected of me, knew I should turn and run instead, but I'd come too far. I picked up the receiver and held it to my ear. "Adam," the voice said, clearer now than on the tape. "You've finally come to us. Who are you?" I whispered. "We are the forgotten, the sealed away, the ones beneath. What do you want from me?" The laugh that followed wasn't human. It resonated in frequencies that made my vision blur. "Your grandfather helped trap us. Now you will help free us." The static exploded through the receiver, flowing not just into my ear but somehow behind my eyes, into my brain. Images flooded my consciousness. A vast chamber beneath the building, far larger than should be possible. Columns of writhing darkness. Entities that shifted between forms, never settling on one shape. And faces. Hundreds of faces pressed against an invisible barrier, mouths open in silent screams. I dropped the phone, but it didn't matter. The connection had been made. I could feel something slithering through my thoughts, taking residence in the corners of my mind. "Just one little crack," the voice continued, now inside my head. "One little opening, and we can come through." My hand moved without my permission, reaching for a loose brick in the wall beside the desk. My fingers scraped against the mortar, tearing my nails until they bled, but I couldn't stop myself. "That's it," the voice encouraged. "Just like your grandfather. He tried to seal us away, but he made a door instead. A door only his blood could open." The brick came loose. Behind it was not solid concrete, but a strange, membrane-like surface that pulsed with a dull red light. It looked wet, organic. "Touch it," the voice commanded. "Complete the circuit." My hand moved toward the membrane. The static crescendoed around me, and in it, I heard new voices, desperate, pleading. "Don't do it, Adam. Run. Get out now. It's a trick. It's always been a trick." They were the voices from the tape, the workers, the victims. With a tremendous effort of will, I pulled my hand back.
No, Igaspat.
The presence in my mind recoiled, then returned with greater force. Pain split my skull. Blood trickled from my nose. "You have no choice," the voice thundered. "You are ours now." My hand jerked toward the membrane again, fingers straightening into a rigid claw. I bit down on my other hand, using the pain to focus. With a final, desperate lunge, I grabbed the telephone and smashed it against the desk, again and again until it shattered. The static vanished. The pressure in my mind eased. The membrane behind the brick darkened, becoming dull and lifeless. I stumbled back to the elevator, expecting resistance, but found none. The ride to the lobby was silent. The security guard still didn't look up when I passed, though I must have looked half mad, bleeding and shaking. I convinced myself it was over, that by destroying the telephone, I'd severed the connection. For 3 blissful days, the static stayed away. Then I received a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a new tape recorder, identical to my grandfather's, and a cassette labeled with my name. I haven't played it. I won't play it. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear it playing itself. Soft static coming from inside the sealed box I buried in my backyard. And sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I hear whispers telling me to dig it up. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is that Plaza Tower was demolished last month. Structural issues, they said. The whole building came down in a controlled implosion that made the local news. I watched it fall on my television, and just before the signal cut to commercials, I heard it. Static. Then a voice, that voice, saying, "Thank you, Adam. The seal is broken. We are coming." I've started hearing construction sounds at night. Not from any actual site. The sounds come from beneath my floorboards. Drilling, hammering, moving earth, building something, or perhaps unbuilding something. The static is back now, constant in every electronic device I own. The voices no longer bother to whisper. They talk openly about what they'll do when they finally reach the surface. The things they'll build from human flesh. The monuments they'll raise to ancient, forgotten gods. I've tried to warn people. The police, psychiatrists, even called the demolition company. No one believes me. Why would they? I sound insane. Last night, I felt the floor of my bedroom sink slightly, as if the earth beneath was softening. When I pressed my ear to the carpet, I could hear something moving, gathering. I'm leaving this recording as a warning. If you're hearing this, it means they've found a way through. It means I failed to stop them just like my grandfather failed. The static is growing louder. I can hear it even when all power is cut to my apartment. It's coming from the dark stains spreading across my living room floor, from the walls that have begun to pulse with an unnatural rhythm. They've always been here, you see, beneath our cities, beneath our homes, patient, waiting. The static is their voice, reaching across the barrier between their reality and ours. And now, thanks to me, that barrier is failing. If you hear static in places you shouldn't, if voices call your name from empty rooms, don't answer. Don't acknowledge them. And whatever you do, don't. The recording ends abruptly with a burst of static, followed by silence. The sound was different this time. In the 3 months I'd been documenting the noises in the walls of my grandmother's house, I'd become something of an unwilling expert. The scratching, that was the mice that had taken up residence in the crawlspace beneath the kitchen. The low, resonant hum that seemed to pulse through the floorboards on windy nights, that was just the old pipes expanding and contracting with temperature changes. The occasional thud from the attic, probably just possums or raccoons that had found their way in through that rotted section of fascia board I kept meaning to fix. But this sound, this was new. It wasn't quite a voice, though it carried the cadence of speech. It wasn't quite a moan, though it held the same mournful quality. It drifted through the house like smoke, seeming to originate from everywhere and nowhere at once. A hollow, reverberate noise that made the fine hairs on my arms stand at attention. I should have left that first night I heard it. Maybe then Sarah would still be alive. I inherited the house after Gran died last winter. Pancreatic cancer, quick and brutal. She'd been diagnosed in November and was gone by January. The rational part of me knew it was a blessing she hadn't suffered long. The selfish part of me resented her for leaving me so abruptly, without any real chance to say goodbye. We'd always been close, unusually so. My parents divorced when I was 7, and neither seemed particularly interested in keeping custody of me. Gran had stepped in without hesitation. "Daniel will stay with me," she'd announced to my parents at their final mediation session. It wasn't a question or an offer, it was a statement of fact. And so it was. The house itself was a Victorian monstrosity on the outskirts of Millfield, a small town most people only knew as a place to get gas on their way to somewhere else. 3 stories of weathered clapboard siding, gabled roofs, and too many windows, all of them slightly crooked in their frames, as if the house itself had been constructed while drunk. Gran had lived there for over 50 years, and the place showed its age in every creaking floorboard and drafty corner. When I got the call about her death, I was living in a cramped studio apartment in Chicago, working a soul-crushing job in data analytics, and dating Sarah, who I'd met at a friend's party 6 months earlier. She was smart, kind, and anchored in a way I'd never been. We weren't quite living together, but she spent most nights at my place. We were happy, I think. Or at least I was happier than I'd been in a long time. You should sell it, Sarah said when I told her about inheriting the house. Real estate that old is just a money pit. She was right, of course. The sensible thing would have been to contact a realtor, list the property, and use whatever proceeds came from the sale to put a down payment on a condo in the city. But I couldn't bring myself to do it. I need to at least go through her things, I said. Make sure there's nothing important before I decide. Sarah nodded in that understanding way of hers. Want me to come with you? I can take a few days off. I kissed her forehead. No, I think I need to do this alone. It'll just be for a week or two. Then I'll be back. 2 weeks. That was the plan. Clean out Gran's house, decide whether to sell it, and return to my life in Chicago. 2 weeks that stretched into a month, then 2 months, then 3. Each time I called Sarah to tell her I needed more time, her voice grew a little more distant, a little more resigned. It's like you're becoming someone else, she said during our last phone call. Someone I don't recognize. I couldn't explain it to her. How the house seemed to be pulling me in, wrapping its aged arms around me like a long-lost relative. How I'd wake up some mornings and forget, for a full minute or two, that I wasn't still a child living with Gran. How the thought of leaving made my chest tighten in a way I couldn't quite name. I just need a little more time, I told her. There's so much to go through. That wasn't entirely a lie. Gran had been something of a collector. Not quite a hoarder, but definitely someone who believed in keeping things just in case. Every closet, drawer, and cabinet was stuffed with items ranging from the mundane to the bizarre. I found boxes of my childhood drawings, a collection of antique thimbles, dozens of Agatha Christie paperbacks with their spines cracked from multiple readings, and a wooden case containing what appeared to be Victorian medical instruments. But it wasn't just the physical items that kept me there. It was the feeling that there was something I was supposed to find, some message Gran had left specifically for me. I'd always had a touch of the dramatic, a tendency to see patterns where there were none. Sarah gently teased me about it. Your brain just doesn't know when to stop working, she'd say. Maybe that's why I first attributed the sounds to natural causes. My analyst's brain searching for the most logical explanation. The mice, the pipes, the raccoons. But that new sound, that hollow, almost voice that seemed to come from the walls themselves, defied rational explanation. The first time I heard it, I was in Gran's study on the second floor, sorting through her extensive collection of first edition mystery novels. It was late, well past midnight, and I'd been working for hours, fueled by cheap coffee and the strange energy this house always seemed to give me. The sound came suddenly, a low, undulating moan that seemed to ripple through the air. I froze, a leather-bound copy of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd clutched in my hands. It lasted perhaps 10 seconds, then faded. I waited, heart pounding, for it to return. When it didn't, I convinced myself I'd imagined it, a product of exhaustion and grief. The second time, 2 nights later, I couldn't dismiss it so easily. I was in bed, drifting in that hazy space between wakefulness and sleep, when it came again. Louder this time, more insistent. It sounded almost like my name, stretched and distorted as if spoken underwater. Daniel! I sat bolt upright, every nerve in my body firing at once. Hello! I called out, feeling immediately foolish. Is someone there? Silence answered me. I got up, turned on every light in the upstairs hallway, and checked each room. Nothing was out of place. No windows were open. No one was there. I called Sarah the next morning. I think I'm losing it, I admitted, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. I keep hearing things. What kind of things? Her voice was cautious. I don't know how to describe it. Like moaning, but not quite. Sometimes it almost sounds like my name. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Dan, are you sleeping enough? Taking care of yourself? I'm fine, I said too quickly. Just tired, I guess. Why don't you come home? She suggested, her voice gentler now. Just for a weekend. We could go to that Thai place you like, see a movie. You need a break from that house. I looked around Gran's kitchen, at the faded wallpaper and the ancient refrigerator that hummed too loudly. I should have said yes. I should have driven back to Chicago that very day. But something held me back. The same something that had kept me in Millfield for 3 months. I can't yet, I said. I'm close to being done. Just a little longer. Sarah's sigh was heavy with disappointment. Okay, but call me if you need me. Anytime, day or night. I promised I would. And I meant it at the time. The third time I heard the sound, it was different, more distinct. I was in the basement going through boxes of old photographs when it came, not from the walls this time, but from directly behind me. Daniel, clear as day, not distorted or hollow anymore, but crisp and precise. A woman's voice, but not Gran's. Younger, unfamiliar. I spun around, dropping the box of photos. There was no one there, just the dank basement with its concrete floor and cobwebbed corners. Who's there? I demanded, my voice embarrassingly shaky. This isn't funny. The response was immediate. Help me. I ran upstairs, heart threatening to burst from my chest, and didn't stop until I was outside, gulping down the cool evening air. I stayed on the front porch for hours, watching the sun set and debating whether to get in my car and drive away forever. But when darkness fell completely, bringing with it a bone-deep chill, I knew I couldn't spend the night in my car. Reluctantly, I went back inside, locked every door and window, and spent the night on the living room couch with all the lights on and a kitchen knife on the coffee table beside me. I didn't hear the voice again that night, though I barely slept, starting at every creak and groan of the old house. The next morning, I called the only person in Millfield I still knew, Dr. Harris, who had been our family physician when I was growing up and who had treated Gran until her death. Daniel, he said warmly when I identified myself. How are you holding up, son? Still at Eleanor's place? Yes, I said. Actually, that's why I'm calling. Did Gran ever mention hearing things? In the house. There was a pause. What kind of things are we talking about? I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy. Just noises. Voices, maybe. I've been hearing something, and I wondered if Gran ever experienced anything similar. Dr. Harris was quiet for so long that I thought the call had dropped. Finally, he spoke. Your grandmother was a very private person, Daniel, especially about the house. But yes, there were occasions when she mentioned unusual occurrences. My blood ran cold. What did she say exactly? It's been many years, he said carefully, but I recall her mentioning hearing her name called when no one was there. Footsteps on the stairs when she was alone. That sort of thing. Did she ever see anyone? I asked, thinking of the voice in the basement. Not that she mentioned to me, Dr. Harris replied. But Daniel, you should know that in her final days, when the pain medication was strongest, she did say some concerning things. What things? Pressed. He sighed. She said the house was hungry, that it had always been hungry. I assumed it was the medication talking, of course. Of course, I echoed, though a chill ran down my spine. If you're experiencing something similar, it might be worth considering that grief can manifest in unusual ways, he continued, his voice taking on a clinical tone. Our minds can play tricks on us when we're processing loss. Have you thought about grief counseling? I thanked him for his concern and assured him I would look into it. I hung up feeling both validated and terrified. Gran had heard things too, and in her final days, delirious with pain medication, she had spoken of the house being hungry. I spent the rest of that day researching the history of the house online. Gran had purchased it in the late 1960s from a family named Holloway. Before that, the records became spotty. The house had been built in 1887 by a lumber baron named Thaddeus Blackwood, who lived there with his wife and 3 children until his death in 1912. After that, the house changed hands several times, never staying with one family for more than a decade. There was nothing in the official records to suggest anything tragic or unusual had happened in the house. No documented deaths beyond Thaddeus Blackwood's, from heart failure, and now Gran's. No fires, no murders, no disappearances. And yet, the voice in the basement had asked for help. I decided to visit the local historical society the next day. If anyone would know more about the house's history, it would be them. But that night, things escalated in a way I wasn't prepared for. It started with the temperature. I was in the living room, reading through some of Gran's old journals I'd found in her bedroom, when I noticed my breath clouding in front of my face. The room had grown frigid, though it was a mild April evening outside. Then came the smell, damp earth and something metallic, like old pennies, the scent of a freshly dug grave. And finally, the voice again, but not just behind me this time. All around me, coming from every corner of the room at once. "Daniel, see me, help me." I stood up, the journal falling from my lap. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice breaking. "What do you want from me?" The response wasn't in words this time. Instead, the lights flickered, then went out completely, plunging the room into darkness. In the sudden silence, I could hear my own ragged breathing and something else. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps coming down the stairs. I fumbled for my phone, activated the flashlight, and pointed it toward the staircase. The beam caught something at the top of the stairs. A figure, indistinct in the darkness, but unmistakably human in shape. Or at least it had been human once. "Jesus Christ," I whispered, backing away. The figure began to descend, one step at a time, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. As it came closer, the beam of my flashlight revealed more details. A young woman, perhaps in her 20s, with long, dark hair that hung in wet tangles around her face. Her skin was pallid, with a bluish tinge, and her eyes were black pits, devoid of any iris or white. She wore what looked like a nightgown, once white but now stained with dark patches that could only be blood. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, she lifted her head, those empty eye sockets seeming to fix directly on me. "You can see me now," she said, in that same clear voice I'd heard in the basement. Finally, I backed up until I hit the wall, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst. "What do you want?" I managed to ask. "Justice," she replied simply. Then she raised one arm, pointing a skeletal finger not at me, but at something behind me. I turned, following her gesture, and saw that she was pointing at one of Gran's old photographs on the wall. A black and white image of the house from the 1960s, when Gran had first bought it. When I turned back, the apparition was gone. The lights flickered back on. The room was empty save for me and my terror. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in Gran's rocking chair, a baseball bat across my knees, waiting for the ghost, because what else could she be? To return. She didn't, but in the gray light of dawn, I found something I hadn't noticed before. A small door in the pantry, hidden behind shelves of canned goods. It was locked with no key in sight. That was when I called Sarah. "I need you," I said simply when she answered. "Something's happening here, something I can't explain." To her credit, Sarah didn't hesitate. "I'll be there tomorrow," she promised. "Just hang on, okay?" I spent that day in town, first at the Historical Society, then at the local library, piecing together what I could about the house's history. What I found disturbed me deeply. Thaddeus Blackwood hadn't just been a lumber baron. He'd been known locally as something of a tyrant, both in business and at home. His wife, Elizabeth, was rarely seen in public after their marriage, and rumors abounded about her treatment. They had 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. The girl, Abigail, was the youngest. According to local legend, Elizabeth finally tried to leave Thaddeus in 1907, taking the children with her. They never made it out of town. The official story was that their carriage overturned on the way to the train station, killing Elizabeth and the children. Thaddeus lived another 5 years as a recluse before dying in the house. But there was another version of the story, whispered among the town's older residents but never documented officially. In this version, Elizabeth and the children never left the house that night. Thaddeus, enraged at the attempted escape, killed them all and buried them somewhere on the property. He then spread the story about the carriage accident. No bodies were ever found to substantiate either story, but the librarian, an elderly woman named Mrs. Finch, fixed me with a knowing look when she shared this information. "That house has never been right," she told me in a hushed voice. "People don't stay there long. Your grandmother was the exception." "Why do you think she stayed?" I asked. Mrs. Finch shrugged. "Some people are more compatible with certain energies than others. Maybe she was one of them, or maybe she had her reasons." I returned to the house just as the sun was setting, armed with this new information and a growing sense of dread. If the ghost was Abigail Blackwood, what did she want from me? Justice, she had said. But how could I provide justice for a crime committed over a century ago? Sarah would arrive the next day. I just had to make it through one more night. I decided to sleep in Gran's room, feeling somehow that it would be safer there. I was wrong. The dream came almost as soon as I closed my eyes, vivid and terrifying. I was in the basement, but not as it existed now. It was different, dirt-floored and lit by a single oil lamp. A man was digging, his face obscured by shadow. At his feet lay 3 bundles wrapped in bedsheets, dark stains seeping through the fabric. I tried to move, to run, but found myself frozen in place, a silent observer to this grisly scene. The man finished digging and began to lower the bundles into the hole, one by one. As he placed the smallest one, child-sized, into the earth, the sheet fell away from the face. It was Abigail, her eyes open and unseeing, a dark bruise circling her tiny neck. I woke with a scream lodged in my throat. The bedsheets twisted around me like a shroud. The room was ice cold, and standing at the foot of my bed was Abigail, her hollow eyes fixed on me. "You know now," she said. "You have to help us." "How?" I gasped. "What can I possibly do?" "Find us," she whispered. "Free us." Then she was gone, leaving only a lingering chill in the air. I spent the rest of the night in a state of panicked vigilance, waiting for Sarah to arrive. When she finally did, around noon the next day, I nearly collapsed with relief. She looked tired. She'd driven straight through from Chicago, but her face lit up when she saw me. "You look terrible," she said by way of greeting, pulling me into a tight hug. "It's been a rough few days," I admitted, holding her perhaps a bit too tightly. She pulled back to study my face. "Start from the beginning. Tell me everything." And I did. Sitting at Gran's kitchen table, cups of strong coffee between us, I told Sarah about the noises, the voice, the apparition on the stairs. I told her about Thaddeus Blackwood and the rumors surrounding his family's disappearance. I told her about the dream and Abigail's final message. To her credit, Sarah listened without interrupting, her expression growing increasingly concerned. When I finished, she reached across the table to take my hand. "Dan, I believe that you believe this is happening," she said carefully. "But you have to consider the possibility that grief is causing you to see things that aren't there." "I knew you'd say that," I said, not unkindly. "And if I were in your position, I'd probably think the same thing. But Sarah, I'm not crazy. Something is happening in this house. Something real." She sighed. "Okay, let's say, for argument's sake, that the house is haunted by the ghost of Abigail Blackwood. What does she want you to do? Dig up the basement looking for century-old remains?" The way she said it made it sound absurd, but a chill ran through me nonetheless. "That hidden door in the pantry," I said slowly. "It might lead to a part of the basement we haven't seen yet." Sarah's expression turned from concerned to alarmed. "Dan, no. You're not seriously considering breaking into a sealed room based on a dream and what you think a ghost told you. What if it's real?" I countered. "What if Abigail and her family really are buried down there? Don't they deserve to be found? To be properly laid to rest?" We argued back and forth for hours. Sarah, ever the pragmatist, wanted me to see a doctor, to consider medication for anxiety and grief. I couldn't blame her. What I was suggesting sounded insane, even to my own ears. But I knew what I had seen, what I had heard. Finally, as evening approached, Sarah relented. "Fine, we'll look behind the door. But if there's nothing there, you promise me you'll come back to Chicago with me tomorrow. See someone. Get help." I agreed, though I wasn't sure I could keep that promise. Something about the house had its hooks in me now, a connection I couldn't explain but couldn't deny either. We spent the next hour gathering tools, a crowbar from the garage, flashlights, gloves. The locked door in the pantry was small, maybe 4 feet high, made of dark wood with an antique iron lock. It took some effort with the crowbar, but eventually the lock gave way with a rusty shriek. Behind the door was a narrow, descending staircase, the steps made of rough-hewn stone. The air that wafted up from below was damp and stale, carrying that same smell of earth and metal I'd noticed before. "I don't like this," Sarah whispered, her earlier skepticism giving way to genuine fear. "Maybe we should call someone, the police or—" "And tell them what?" I asked. "That a ghost told me there might be 100-year-old bodies in my basement? They'd have me committed." She couldn't argue with that. With a deep breath, I started down the stairs, Sarah close behind me, our flashlight beams cutting through the darkness ahead. The staircase descended for what felt like a long time, longer than should have been possible given the dimensions of the house. Finally, it opened into a small, dirt-floored chamber. Our flashlights revealed crude stone walls and a packed earth floor. The room was empty except for a pile of rusted tools in one corner. A shovel, a pick, a hammer. "There's nothing here," Sarah said, relief evident in her voice. "Just an old storage cellar." But I wasn't convinced. Something about the room felt wrong, the dimensions were off, the air too still. I moved around the perimeter, running my hands along the rough stone walls, looking for, I wasn't sure what. "Dan, come on," Sarah pleaded. "There's nothing here. Let's go back upstairs." That's when I felt it. A section of wall that wasn't quite as solid as the rest. I pushed, and to my surprise, the stones moved slightly. "Help me with this," I called to Sarah. Together, we pushed against the wall. Slowly, with a grinding noise that set my teeth on edge, a section of the wall swung inward, revealing another, smaller chamber beyond. The smell hit us first. That same earthy, metallic scent, but stronger now, almost overwhelming. Our flashlights revealed a sight that would haunt me for the rest of my life. 3 skeletons lay side by side on the dirt floor. One was clearly a woman. The remnants of a dress still clung to the bones. Beside her were 2 smaller skeletons, children, their tiny forms curled as if in sleep. But there was no sign of the 3rd child, Abigail. "Oh my God!" Sarah breathed, her hand flying to her mouth. "You were right. They're real." I stepped into the chamber, my flashlight beams scanning the walls, the floor, looking for any sign of the 3rd child. That's when I noticed the scratches on the stone wall, hundreds of them, clustered together in desperate patterns. And below them, a small pile of bones that I had initially missed. Finger bones scattered and broken. She was locked in here, I realized with horror. She wasn't killed with the others. She was locked in here to die slowly. As if in response to my words, the temperature in the chamber plummeted. Our breath clouded in front of us, and the flashlights flickered erratically. "Dan!" Sarah's voice was tight with fear. "We need to go. Now." But I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, watching as a figure began to materialize in the corner of the room. Abigail, her form more solid now than I had ever seen it, those black, empty eyes fixed on me. "You found us," she said, her voice echoing strangely in the small space. "But it's not enough. What do you want?" I asked, my own voice sounding distant to my ears. "Justice," she repeated. "He has to pay. All of them have to pay." "Who?" "Thaddeus is long dead. Everyone from that time is gone." Abigail's form flickered, like a television with bad reception. "The house remembers," she said. "The house knows. The house hungers." Sarah grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "Dan, please. Something's wrong. We need to leave." I looked at her then, really looked at her, and realized with a jolt of terror that something was very wrong indeed. Sarah's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. But there was something else, something behind her. A darkness that seemed to be seeping into her from the very air itself. "Sarah," I reached for her, but she pulled away, her movements suddenly jerky and unnatural. "The house remembers," she said, but it wasn't her voice anymore. It was deeper, masculine. The house knows. Horror flooded through me as I realized what was happening. Let her go, I demanded, though I had no idea who or what I was speaking to. She has nothing to do with this. Sarah, or the thing that was now inside Sarah, smiled, a twisted grimace that looked nothing like her usual warm expression. She has everything to do with this, it said through her mouth. She's the price. Price for what? I backed away, my mind racing. For the truth, for justice, for freedom. Each word was punctuated by a step toward me, Sarah's body moving with that same unnatural gait I'd seen in Abigail's apparition. One life for four. It's a fair trade. I glanced at Abigail's ghost, still hovering in the corner. Is this what you want? An innocent life in exchange for yours? But Abigail's expression had changed. She looked confused, almost frightened, as she stared at Sarah's possessed form. This isn't right, she whispered. This isn't what I wanted. Of course it is, Sarah, or whatever was controlling her, snapped. You wanted justice. This is justice. And suddenly, horribly, I understood. It wasn't Abigail who was speaking through Sarah. It was someone else entirely. Someone who had been waiting in this house for a very long time. Thaddeus, I said, the name leaving my lips like a curse. It's you, isn't it? Sarah's face contorted into a grin that was all wrong, too wide, too cruel. Clever boy. Grandmother would be proud. Let Sarah go, I demanded again, though fear made my voice shake. This is between you and me. Oh, but it's not, Thaddeus replied through Sarah's mouth. It's about the house. It's always been about the house. It needs to be fed. It needs to be appeased. What are you talking about? I was backing toward the entrance now, trying to keep distance between myself and Sarah's possessed form. This house was built on sacred ground, Thaddeus continued, advancing on me. Ground that demands sacrifice. I discovered that too late after we moved in. The voices started, the visions. My family began to waste away before my eyes. I had to do something. So you sacrificed them, I said, disgust warring with terror inside me. Your own wife and children. I did what was necessary, Thaddeus hissed. And it worked. The house was appeased. I lived 5 more years in peace before my heart gave out. And then your grandmother came. Gran, I faltered, confused. What does she have to do with this? She heard the voices too, Thaddeus said. She understood what needed to be done. Why do you think she insisted on taking you in? Why do you think she kept you away from this house as much as possible, sending you to summer camps, encouraging you to go to college far away? She was protecting you from the sacrifice. She found alternatives. My mind reeled. What alternatives? Thaddeus laughed, a horrible sound coming from Sarah's throat. Ask yourself why a woman who never left town had no close friends. Why neighbors avoided this house. Why, every few years, a drifter or a runaway would disappear from Millfield without a trace. No, I shook my head violently. You're lying. Gran would never. She did what was necessary, Thaddeus interrupted. Just as I did. Just as you will. The house must be fed. And now that your grandmother is gone, it's looking to you to provide. I had reached the entrance to the chamber now, the narrow stairs just behind me. Sarah, Thaddeus, was only a few feet away, her movements growing more erratic, more inhuman with each passing second. I'll never hurt Sarah, I said firmly, or anyone else. This ends now. Thaddeus laughed again. You think you have a choice? The house has been calling to you for months, drawing you in. Why do you think you couldn't leave? Why do you think you kept extending your stay? The house has chosen you as its new caretaker. No, I shouted, but deep down I feared he was right. The pull I'd felt toward this house hadn't been nostalgia or grief. It had been something darker, something hungrier. You can feel it, can't you? Thaddeus pressed. The connection, the belonging. This is your legacy, Daniel. Your inheritance. Not the house itself, but what lives within it. Abigail's ghost flickered again, her form growing fainter. Don't listen to him, she pleaded. This isn't justice. This is perpetuating the cycle. I looked between the ghost of the murdered child and the possessed form of the woman I loved, and in that moment, I made my decision. You're right, Thaddeus, I said, my voice steady now. The house does need to be fed, but not with Sarah's life. Before he could react, I lunged forward, shoving Sarah's body away from the entrance with all my strength. He stumbled backward, colliding with the far wall of the chamber. In that moment of confusion, I darted out of the room and up the stairs, my heart pounding in my ears. I didn't stop when I reached the pantry. I kept going through the kitchen, down the hall, and into Gran's study. There, I yanked open the drawer of her desk and pulled out what I had discovered days earlier but hadn't wanted to acknowledge. A small, leather-bound book filled with names and dates, going back decades. The last entry was dated just 2 months before Gran's cancer diagnosis. A name I didn't recognize, followed by the words, "The house is satisfied. For now." My grandmother's journal of sacrifices. I tucked the book into my pocket and continued my desperate search. In Gran's bedroom, I found what I was looking for. A small wooden box containing a silver key and a vial of dark liquid. Attached was a note in Gran's familiar handwriting. If all else fails. I had no idea what the key was for, but I took both items and raced back downstairs. Sarah, still possessed by Thaddeus, was emerging from the pantry, her movements jerky and uncoordinated, like a marionette controlled by an inexperienced puppeteer. You can't escape this, Daniel, Thaddeus called out in that horrible parody of Sarah's voice. The house won't let you leave, not without feeding it first. I know, I said, backing toward the front door, but it won't be Sarah. I turned and ran out of the house, down the porch steps, and toward my car parked in the driveway. Behind me, I could hear Sarah's footsteps, pursuing me with that unnatural gait. I reached my car, fumbled with the keys with shaking hands, and finally managed to unlock it. But before I could get in, something hit me from behind. Sarah's body, thrown at me with supernatural force. We both went down hard on the gravel driveway. Foolish boy, Thaddeus snarled, using Sarah's hands to pin me down. Did you really think you could run? The house's influence extends beyond its walls. As long as you are its chosen caretaker, you will never truly escape. I struggled against Sarah's grip, shocked by the unnatural strength Thaddeus was channeling through her slender frame. Let her go, I gasped. Take me instead. Thaddeus paused, Sarah's head tilting to one side in an owlish, inhuman gesture. A willing sacrifice? How unexpected, but acceptable. Swear you'll release her, I demanded. Swear she'll be unharmed and free to leave. I swear, Thaddeus said, though there was something in Sarah's twisted smile that made me distrust the promise. Come, let us return to the house. The ritual must be performed properly. I let Sarah's possessed body pull me to my feet, my mind racing. I needed to buy time to figure out a way to save both of us. As we walked back toward the house, I slipped my hand into my pocket, feeling the vial of dark liquid Gran had left behind. If all else fails, her note had said. But what was it? And what was the key for? Inside the house, the air had grown even colder, unnaturally so for an April evening. Ice crystals were forming on the windows, and the walls themselves seemed to pulse with a subtle, living rhythm, as if the house were breathing. Or perhaps, more disturbingly, as if it were salivating in anticipation of its feast. Where are we going? I asked as Thaddeus led me through the kitchen, past the pantry with its broken door. To the heart, Thaddeus replied, Sarah's voice now so distorted it barely sounded human. Where it all began. We descended the stone staircase once more, into the chamber where the remains of Elizabeth and 2 of her children still lay. Abigail's ghost was waiting for us, her form flickering like a candle in a draft. This isn't right, she said again, her hollow eyes fixed on me. This isn't justice. Be silent, Thaddeus snapped at her. Your purpose is fulfilled. You led him to us. Now the cycle continues. I looked at Abigail, seeing the anguish in her ghostly features. You never wanted revenge, I realized. You wanted to be found, to be freed. Yes, she whispered. Mother and the boys. They died quickly. He strangled them. But me, he locked me in here, left me to starve, to scratch at the walls until my fingers bled, to die alone in the dark. And now you're trapped here, I said softly. All of you, bound to the house. Not just the house, Thaddeus corrected, Sarah's lips curling into a cruel smile. The land, the earth itself. It was sacred to the people who lived here before, a place of power, of transition between worlds. They performed their own sacrifices here, long before I built this house. I simply continued the tradition. As he spoke, Sarah's body began to move around the small chamber, gathering the rusted tools from the corner. The movements were becoming smoother, more practiced, as if Thaddeus was growing accustomed to controlling her form. And Gran? I asked, still trying to process the horror of what my grandmother had apparently done. She continued it too? Eleanor was a pragmatist, Thaddeus said, examining a rusted knife before setting it aside. She understood the necessity, the price of living here, but she was selective, careful. She chose those who wouldn't be missed. Unlike me, she never sacrificed family. Until now, I said bitterly. What changed? Thaddeus paused, Sarah's head tilting in that unnatural way again. She grew weak at the end, remorseful. She was planning to break the cycle, to deny the house its due. That's why her cancer progressed so quickly. The house punished her. I thought of Gran in her final days, her body ravaged by disease, her mind clouded by pain medication. Had she been trying to protect me? To end whatever dark pact she'd made with this place? And what happens to you? I asked Thaddeus. If I agree to this sacrifice, do you get to move on? Are you finally free? A look of confusion passed over Sarah's possessed face. Free? I'm not trapped. Boy, I'm the keeper, the guardian. I maintain the balance. You're as much a prisoner as they are, I countered, gesturing toward the remains on the floor. You're bound to this house, this land, just like them. Have you ever tried to leave? To move on? Uncertainty flickered in Sarah's, Thaddeus's, eyes. The house needs me. The land needs me. No, I said firmly. The house uses you. The land uses you. Just as it used Gran. Just as it wants to use me. Thaddeus was growing agitated, Sarah's body twitching and jerking as he paced the small chamber. Enough talk. The ritual must be completed before midnight. He approached me with the rusted pick in Sarah's hands, her face now a mask of cold determination. Your blood will feed the house. Your life will maintain the balance. And I will continue as guardian. I backed away until I hit the wall, my hand still in my pocket, clutching the vial. Whatever Gran had left me, now was the time to use it. But how? Thaddeus raised the pick, Sarah's slender arms somehow finding the strength to lift the heavy tool. In that moment, I pulled out the vial and the key, holding them up like talismans. Wait, I said desperately. I know what these are for. Thaddeus hesitated, suspicion clouding Sarah's features. What trick is this? No trick, I said quickly. Gran left these for me. The key unlocks something important. And this, I held up the vial. This is part of the ritual, isn't it? Something she prepared for whoever came after her. I was bluffing wildly, but Thaddeus seemed uncertain, lowering the pick slightly. What do you know of the ritual? Not enough, I admitted. But Gran wanted me to complete it properly. She left these as guides. Thaddeus studied me through Sarah's eyes, then nodded slowly. The key. It unlocks the final chamber. The true heart. Show me, I said, offering the key. Thaddeus set down the pick and took the key from my hand. With Sarah's body, he moved to the far wall of the chamber, to a spot I hadn't noticed before. A small, almost invisible keyhole set into the stone. As he inserted the key, I uncorked the vial, the scent of herbs and something metallic, blood, filling the small space. Thaddeus turned back just as I appended the contents over my own head. letting the dark liquid drench me. "No!" Thaddeus roared, but it was too late. Whatever Gran had concocted burned as it touched my skin. Not with heat, but with a strange, cold fire that seemed to seep into my very bones. The effect on the chamber was immediate and terrifying. The walls began to shake, dust and small stones raining down from the ceiling. The remains of Elizabeth and her children rattled against the dirt floor. Abigail's ghost flared brightly, her form becoming more solid, more real. "What have you done?" Thaddeus demanded, Sarah's voice now layered with his own deeper tones, creating a horrifying duet. Breaking the cycle, I gasped through the burning cold that was spreading through my body. Gran found another way, not a sacrifice, a substitution. Understanding dawned in Sarah's possessed eyes. "The mixture contains your blood, freely given." "And Gran's," I confirmed, remembering the journal, the final entry. She hadn't made a sacrifice in the months before her death. She'd been preparing, collecting her own blood, mixing it with whatever other ingredients were needed, creating an alternative to satisfy the house's hunger. She found a loophole. The shaking intensified. Cracks appeared in the walls, spreading like lightning across the stone. The key, still in the lock, began to glow with an unearthly light. "It won't be enough," Thaddeus warned, backing away from the key. "The house requires life, not just blood. It has had enough death," I said firmly. Gran thought so too at the end. "That's why she left me these. That's why she left me the journal." The journal. For the first time, Thaddeus looked truly afraid. "What journal?" I pulled the small leather book from my pocket, holding it up. Her record of sacrifices. And something else, her research. Her discovery of what this place truly is and how to change its nature. This was another bluff. I hadn't had time to read the journal thoroughly, but I remembered glimpsing strange diagrams, tables of astronomical events, calculations in Gran's precise handwriting. She had been working on something, planning something in those final months. "Give me that," Thaddeus demanded, lunging for the book. But before he could reach me, the key turned in the lock of its own accord. The wall split open, revealing not another chamber, but a swirling vortex of darkness and light, a tear in the very fabric of reality. "The gateway," Thaddeus whispered, Sarah's voice now tinged with awe. "She found the gateway." Wind howled from the opening, whipping around us with supernatural force. I clutched the journal tightly, fighting to stay upright as the vortex's pull grew stronger. "What is it?" I shouted over the roar of the wind. "The true heart of this place," Thaddeus replied, Sarah's body now rigid with tension. "The source of its power, the reason for the sacrifices. It leads elsewhere, to a place no living soul is meant to go." Abigail's ghost was being drawn toward the vortex, her form stretching and distorting as she resisted its pull. "This is it," she called to me, her voice somehow audible despite the howling wind. "This is freedom, but there's a price." "What price?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. "Someone must take our place," she said. "Someone must become the new guardian." I looked at Sarah, still possessed by Thaddeus, her face contorted with conflicting emotions. Thaddeus's fear and determination warring with Sarah's own consciousness, which seemed to be fighting its way back to the surface. "Let her go," I told Thaddeus. "I'll do it. I'll take your place." "No," Sarah's voice broke through, her true voice, not the distorted tones of Thaddeus. "Dan, don't." "Sarah," hope surged through me. "Are you there? Can you hear me?" "Fighting him," she gasped, her body shuddering as she battled for control. "The gateway, it's weakening his hold." The vortex grew larger, the pull stronger. The remains of Elizabeth and her children began to slide across the dirt floor toward the opening, drawn by some unseen force. "You can't fight me," Thaddeus snarled, reasserting control. "And you," he turned to me, "you can't stop this. The cycle must continue. The gateway must be guarded." "Why?" I demanded. "What's on the other side that's so important?" "Everything," Thaddeus said simply. "Nothing. The beyond. Without a guardian, without the sacrifices to maintain the barrier, it would pour through, consume everything. I looked at the swirling vortex, at the bones being drawn inexorably toward it, at Abigail's ghost fighting against its pull. And suddenly, I understood what Gran had discovered, what she had been working toward in her final days. "You're wrong," I said quietly, though the howling wind nearly drowned out my words. "The barrier doesn't need death to sustain it. It needs balance, equilibrium. For every soul that passes through, one must remain. That's the true nature of this place. Not hunger, but exchange." Thaddeus's control over Sarah faltered again, her eyes clearing momentarily. "Dan," she managed, "whatever you're thinking, don't." I stepped toward her, reaching out to touch her face. "I have to. It's the only way to save you, to end this cycle of death." "No, listen to me," she said urgently, fighting for each word. "The journal, your grandmother, she found another way." My hand froze inches from her cheek. "What do you mean?" "I can see her memories, through him." Sarah's words came in gasps as she battled Thaddeus for control. She discovered the gateway only needs intention, dedication, not death. I pulled back, my mind racing. Gran was planning to become the guardian herself, I realized, voluntarily, without violence, without sacrifice. "Yes," Sarah confirmed, her eyes briefly clear before clouding again as Thaddeus fought back. "But she ran out of time. The cancer. So she left everything for me," I said softly. "The key, the vial, the journal. She was showing me another path." The vortex pulsed, growing ever larger, the wind now so strong that loose stones and dirt were flying through the air. Elizabeth's bones and those of her two sons had reached the threshold, hovering at the edge of the gateway. "It's time," Abigail's ghost called, her form now half consumed by the swirling energies. "Choose, Daniel. Who will be the guardian?" I looked at the journal in my hands, at the calculations and diagrams Gran had so carefully recorded, at the vial, now empty, its contents absorbed into my skin, at the key glowing in the lock, all pieces of a puzzle she had solved but hadn't lived to implement. "I will," I said firmly, "but not as Thaddeus did, not through violence and fear, through choice, through balance." "No!" Thaddeus roared, using the last of his strength to throw Sarah's body toward the vortex. I lunged forward, catching her around the waist, pulling her back from the edge. As my arms closed around her, I felt a shock, like static electricity but 1,000 times stronger. Thaddeus's hold on her was breaking, his essence being drawn toward the gateway just as the bones were. "Let go," I whispered in Sarah's ear. "Not of yourself, of him. Push him out." She shuddered in my arms, her body going rigid, then suddenly limp as something dark and formless tore itself free from her, howling in rage and terror as it was sucked into the vortex. "Thaddeus," I called after the retreating shadow, "your watch is ended. Go in peace." The shadow paused at the threshold, turning back, or seeming to, though it had no discernible features. For a moment, I thought I glimpsed a human face within the darkness, lined with age and heavy with regret. Then it was gone, following the bones of Elizabeth and her sons into the beyond. Abigail lingered a moment longer, her ghostly form half in this world, half in the next. "Thank you," she said simply. "Be a better guardian than he was." And then she too was gone, leaving Sarah and me alone in the chamber with the swirling gateway. Sarah stirred in my arms, her eyes fluttering open, her own eyes now, clear and free of Thaddeus's influence. "Dan?" she murmured. "What's happening?" "It's almost over," I assured her, helping her to stand. "But I need you to go upstairs. Get out of the house. Wait for me in the car." She shook her head, clutching my arm. "Not without you. I have to finish this," I said gently. "I have to close the gateway properly, become its guardian, as Gran intended." "But you'll be trapped here," she protested, "like Thaddeus was." I smiled, touching her cheek. "Not like Thaddeus. He chose fear and violence. I'm choosing protection and balance. There's a difference. She studied my face for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Promise me you'll come back to me. I promise, I said, and meant it. This isn't an ending, it's a transformation. Reluctantly, she let go of my arm and made her way up the narrow stairs, looking back once before disappearing into the pantry above. Alone with the gateway, I opened Gran's journal to the final pages, where her neat handwriting had grown shaky but remained determined. There, I found what I needed, the words of dedication, the ritual of guardianship, not written in blood but in intention. Standing before the swirling vortex, I placed my hand on the key and recited the words Gran had recorded. The language was ancient, the syllables unfamiliar on my tongue, but I felt their power resonating through me, through the house, through the very earth beneath my feet. As I spoke the final word, the gateway pulsed once, brightly, then began to contract. The wind died down, the shaking ceased. The vortex grew smaller and smaller until it was just a pinpoint of light, then nothing at all. The wall sealed itself, the key dissolving to dust in the lock. But something remained, a connection, a tether linking me to this place. Not a prison, as it had been for Thaddeus, but a responsibility. A guardianship freely accepted. I climbed the stairs to find Sarah waiting anxiously in the kitchen. When she saw me, her face lit up with relief and something else. Understanding. "It's done?" she asked. "It's begun," I corrected her. "I'm the guardian now, but not like Thaddeus was. No more sacrifices, no more deaths. What does that mean for us?" she asked, taking my hands in hers. I looked around at Gran's house. My house now in more ways than one. It means we have choices. I'm bound to this place, but not imprisoned by it. I need to be here to maintain the balance, but I don't have to be alone. "So I could stay," she said slowly. "If I wanted to." "If you wanted to," I agreed. "But it's a lot to ask. This house, it will always be different, special, powerful. Living here means accepting that." Sarah considered this, her practical, analytical mind clearly weighing the implications. Finally, she squeezed my hands. "I think I'd like to try. Not right away. I need time to process everything that's happened. But eventually, relief washed through me. I can wait," I promised, "as long as you need." In the weeks that followed, I immersed myself in Gran's journal, learning everything she had discovered about the gateway, the land, the delicate balance between worlds that it was now my duty to maintain. I cleaned out the hidden chamber, giving Elizabeth and her children a proper burial in the town cemetery. I renovated the house, opening windows that had been sealed for decades, letting light into corners that had known only darkness for generations. Sarah returned to Chicago, but she called every day. She visited on weekends, each time staying a little longer before leaving. We were finding our way forward, step by uncertain step. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the house settled around me with its familiar creaks and sighs, I would sense a presence, not malevolent like Thaddeus, not tormented like Abigail, but watchful, approving. Gran, I thought, keeping an eye on me, making sure I was honoring the legacy she had prepared me for. "I'm doing my best," I would whisper into the darkness. "I hope I'm making you proud." And though it might have been just my imagination, I sometimes thought I heard a response, a gentle whisper, like the rustling of pages in a journal. "You are, Daniel, you are." The house was still hungry in its way, but now it fed on something else, not fear, not death, but balance, equilibrium, and as its guardian, I would ensure it never went hungry again. Sarah moved in permanently 6 months later. We were married the following spring, in a small ceremony in the backyard. Dr. Harris officiated, and Mrs. Finch from the library was our only other guest. It wasn't conventional, but then nothing about our lives was. The house accepted Sarah, embraced her even. Sometimes she would pause in the middle of cooking dinner or reading a book, her head tilted as if listening to a distant melody. "The house is singing," she told me once, when I asked what she was hearing. "It's happy. We've been here 3 years now. No more voices in the walls. No more apparitions on the stairs. The gateway remains sealed, the balance maintained. We've even talked about having children someday, though the thought still fills me with a certain trepidation. What would it mean to raise a child in this house on this land? Would they inherit my guardianship when I'm gone? Is that a burden I have the right to pass on? Questions for another day. For now, I'm content with the peace we've found, the balance we maintain. The cycle of violence and sacrifice that began with Thaddeus Blackwood and continued through my grandmother has ended. A new cycle has begun, one of protection, of conscious guardianship, of chosen responsibility. Sometimes, though, in the deepest part of night, when Sarah is asleep beside me and the house is at its quietest, I think I hear something, not from the walls or the basement or the attic, but from somewhere much deeper, from the earth itself. A soft, steady pulse, like a heartbeat, a reminder that what sleeps beneath us never truly dies, never truly disappears. It only waits, patient and eternal, for someone to remember it, to acknowledge it, to keep the balance. And I whisper back to it, my promise renewed each night. I remember, I acknowledge, I keep the balance. And the house, satisfied, falls silent once more. I've always been able to hear them, not in the beginning, of course. Back then, I was just like you, oblivious to the spaces between breaths, to the soft murmurs that hide beneath the ordinary sounds of life. Now I understand that ignorance was mercy. My name is Daniel Mercer. 3 months ago, I was a software engineer with a modest apartment in Portland, a girlfriend I planned to propose to, and a future that stretched before me like an open road. Today, I'm writing this from a motel room with the bathroom door barricaded, listening to something scratch at the walls. The lights flicker every few minutes, but I need to get this down while I still can. While I'm still me. It started with my grandmother's death. Marion Shepherd was 92, a tough old woman who lived alone in her Victorian house in northern Maine until the very end. We weren't particularly close. I'd visit once every few years, exchange Christmas cards, make the obligatory birthday calls. When her lawyer contacted me about being the sole beneficiary of her estate, I was surprised. My father had been estranged from her for decades before his own death, and I had cousins who lived much closer. She was very specific, Mr. Mercer. The lawyer, a Mr. Dawes, told me over the phone. The house and all its contents pass to you, with the condition that you personally oversee the clearing of the property. Lily, my girlfriend, thought it was wonderful. It's a sign, Dan. We've been talking about leaving the city. This could be our chance to start fresh. I was less enthusiastic. The timing wasn't great. I was in the middle of a major project at work, but Lily suggested I take a couple of weeks to assess the property while she wrapped things up in Portland. I'll join you after I finish this client project, she promised. We can decide together what to do with the place. So I drove to Millfield, Maine, a town so small it consisted of little more than a main street with a general store, a diner, a post office, and a gas station. My grandmother's house sat on 3 acres at the edge of town, partially hidden by ancient maple trees. It was a classic Victorian, 3 stories of weathered elegance with a wraparound porch, dormer windows, and intricate gingerbread trim that had seen better days. The locals at the diner fell silent when I mentioned I was Marion Shepherd's grandson. The waitress, Doreen, according to her name tag, gave me a strange look. "You're staying at the house?" she asked, refilling my coffee without meeting my eyes. "For a couple of weeks at least. I inherited it." The man at the counter, an older fellow in a flannel shirt, turned to look at me. "That right? Marion never mentioned family coming around." "I live in Oregon," I explained. "Didn't get back here as often as I should have." They exchanged glances, and the tension in the diner was palpable. "Is there something I should know about the house?" I asked. Doreen shrugged. "Old houses have histories, that's all. Marion kept to herself these last years." "Last 20 years is more like it," the man muttered. I left the diner with an uneasy feeling settling in my stomach. It worsened when I arrived at the house and unlocked the front door. The interior was dim despite the afternoon light, smelling of dust and something sharper, almost medicinal. Everything was just as I remembered from my last visit 8 years ago. The heavy Victorian furniture, the faded wallpaper, the collection of porcelain dolls that had terrified me as a child. What I didn't remember was the silence. Not the peaceful quiet of an empty house, but a dense, expectant stillness, as if the air itself was holding its breath. I stood in the foyer, my footsteps on the hardwood floor the only sound, and felt a distinct sensation of being watched. "Hello," I called, feeling foolish even as I did so. My voice seemed to disappear into the stillness, swallowed whole. I spent that first day opening windows to air out the musty rooms and taking inventory of what would need to be done. The electricity worked, though the wiring was outdated. The plumbing groaned and sputtered but ultimately delivered rusty water that eventually ran clear. Cell reception was spotty at best, but there was a landline that still functioned. That night, exhausted from the drive and the emotional weight of the day, I chose to sleep in the guest bedroom rather than my grandmother's room. I fell into a deep sleep almost immediately, only to jolt awake at 3:17 a.m., heart pounding, cold sweat soaking my shirt. I couldn't remember dreaming, but I was filled with a nameless dread that made me lie rigid under the quilt, eyes scanning the shadows of the unfamiliar room. And that's when I heard it for the first time. A whisper, so faint I might have imagined it, coming from somewhere inside the walls. Not words exactly, but a rhythmic susurration like someone exhaling words just below the threshold of hearing. I told myself it was the house settling, old pipes, wind in the eaves. But as I lay there, the sound seemed to move, traveling from one side of the room to the other, then stopping directly behind the headboard of my bed. I switched on the lamp, grabbed my phone, and retreated to the kitchen, where I made coffee and waited for dawn, trying to convince myself I was jet-lagged and imagining things. The next day, I threw myself into cleaning out the house, starting with the attic. It was crammed with boxes of my grandmother's belongings. Clothes, books, photo albums, and oddities I couldn't identify. In one corner, I found a stack of journals, dozens of them, dating back to the 1970s. My grandmother's handwriting filled every page in a tight, controlled script. I took one at random from 1998 and opened it. October 15th. They're getting louder. Dr. Winters increased my medication again, but it doesn't help. They know I can hear them now. They speak to me by name. I frowned and flipped through more pages. November 3rd found scratches on the inside of the closet door again. Barricaded it with the dresser. Called Father Thomas, but he won't come anymore. Says I need a psychiatrist, not a priest. If only he could hear them. November 7th, haven't slept in 3 days. They whisper all night. Say things about Daniel, my little grandson. They know about him. How do they know? I've forbidden Lisa and George from bringing him here again. Must protect him. My hands trembled as I closed the journal. My grandmother had suffered from mental illness. That explained the estrangement from my father, the isolation in her final years. I felt a wave of sadness for the lonely old woman who descended into paranoid delusions. I took the journals downstairs, intending to read more later. As I reached the second-floor landing, I heard a loud crash from below. I hurried down to find a picture had fallen from the wall in the foyer. Its glass shattered across the floor. It was a family photo. My father as a boy with his parents in front of this very house. As I knelt to clean up the glass, I noticed something odd. The picture inside the frame had changed. In the photograph I now held, my father's face was scratched out, deep grooves cutting through the paper. I dropped the frame, cutting my finger on a shard of glass. As blood welled up, I heard it again, that whisper now slightly louder, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Daniel. Just my name, but it froze me in place. I wasn't imagining it. Someone, something, had whispered my name. I bandaged my finger and called Lily, desperate for the sound of her voice, for some connection to normality. The call kept dropping, the house's terrible reception cutting her words into fragments. Sounds creepy? Maybe you should. Hotel instead. Dan? Still there? I'm fine ilid. Just tired. Old houses make weird noises. That night I didn't sleep. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, My grandmother's journals spread around me, reading in chronological order. They told a disturbing story of a woman's descent, from occasional odd sounds in 1984, to whispers in 1989, to full conversations with entities she believed lived in the walls by 1995. She'd consulted doctors, who diagnosed her with schizophrenia, and priests, who suggested psychological help. No one believed her. By the later journals, she developed an elaborate belief system. The house was built on an ancient burial ground, a horror movie cliché I might have laughed at under different circumstances. And the spirits of the dead were trapped within the walls, growing stronger by feeding on fear. She believed they could influence physical objects, create sounds, and eventually, if strong enough, harm the living. The last journal entry, dated just 2 weeks before her death, chilled me to the bone. April 30th. They've shown me how it ends. Daniel will come. They've waited for him. They need him to finish what was started. I've tried to warn him through my dreams, but they block me. I've done what I can, hidden the truth where he might find it. God forgive me for bringing him into this inheritance. There is no escape now. I closed the journal, my hands shaking uncontrollably. As I did, every light in the house flickered, then dimmed to a sickly yellow glow. And the whispers began again, no longer just my name, but a cascade of overlapping voices too indistinct to make out individual words. I grabbed my car keys and fled. I spent the rest of the night in my car in the diner parking lot, engine running, heater on, convincing myself I was having some kind of stress-induced breakdown. When dawn came, I went inside for coffee and found Doreen setting up for the morning shift. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, then winced at her own choice of words. Did my grandmother have mental health issues? I asked bluntly. Doreen hesitated. Marion was troubled, especially after your grandfather died. Started saying strange things, seeing things. She poured me coffee. Some folks around here thought the house was to blame. The house? She lowered her voice. That property has history. Before your grandparents bought it, it belonged to the Winters family. Dr. Winters ran a sort of private asylum there in the early 1900s. Treated difficult patients, the kind wealthy families wanted to hide away. There were rumors that his treatments weren't exactly humane. My blood ran cold. What kind of treatments? Experimental stuff. Lobotomies. Some say he walled up patients who were too far gone. Literally sealed them into spaces he created in the walls. She shook her head. Just small-town legends, probably. But 3 owners since then have reported strange happenings. Your grandmother was the longest lasting. Most folks only make it a year or 2 before selling. I thought of the whispers, the scratching sounds. Why didn't anyone warn me? Would you have believed us? Doreen asked. Besides, most people thought Marion was just sick. Not that the house was actually haunted. I returned to the house determined to find some rational explanation. In daylight, with a belly full of diner coffee, the events of the night before seemed melodramatic, the product of suggestion and exhaustion. I decided to examine the walls where I'd heard the sounds. Armed with a flashlight and a hammer, I inspected the guest bedroom, tapping the wall behind the headboard. It sounded hollow in places, different from the surrounding sections. Curious, I measured the room, then the adjacent bathroom, and found a discrepancy, about 3 feet of space unaccounted for. I returned to the wall and knocked harder, listening to the echo. Definitely a void behind the plaster. I hesitated only briefly before swinging the hammer, punching a hole in the wall. Plaster dust billowed out, and I coughed, waving it away as I shone my flashlight into the darkness beyond. The beam revealed a small space, not even a room, more like a closet-sized area between the walls. And on the floor, something white gleamed back at me. I enlarged the hole and, heart pounding, reached in to touch the object. It was bone, a human skull, lying in a nest of other bones, a complete skeleton, curled in a fetal position in the narrow space. I stumbled back, while rising in my throat. As I did, the whispers started again, no longer distant but immediate, urgent, directly in my ear. Found us. Found me. Daniel. Finally. I ran out of the house, fumbling for my phone to call the police. When they arrived an hour later, I led them to the broken wall, babbling about hidden spaces and Dr. Winters and my grandmother's journals. But the hole I'd made was gone. The wall was intact, unmarked except for a faded floral wallpaper pattern. No sign of damage, no plaster dust on the floor. "Sir, have you been drinking?" the older officer asked, while his partner eyed me with suspicion. I broke through the wall. There was a skeleton. Right there, I insisted, tapping the solid plaster. They exchanged looks I recognized, the same looks people in the diner had given each other. The looks reserved for Marion Shepard's crazy grandson. They left after taking a cursory report, clearly convinced I was having some kind of episode. I stood in the guest bedroom, staring at the unblemished wall, questioning my own sanity. That night, the whispers were joined by scratching sounds, fingernails or claws dragging slowly across the inside of the walls. I tried recording them on my phone, but the recordings picked up nothing but static. I called Lily again, desperate for her to believe me. "I'm coming tomorrow," she promised, concern evident in her voice. "Just go to a hotel tonight if you're scared." But I couldn't leave. Some compulsion kept me there, haunting the halls like a ghost myself, listening to the growing chorus of whispers that now seemed to follow me from room to room. In my grandmother's bedroom, I found a loose floorboard beneath her bed. Inside the cavity was a small box containing yellowed newspaper clippings from the 1920s and 30s. Headlines about missing patients from Winter's Home for the Troubled Mind. An investigation that was abandoned. Rumors of secret experiments. And photographs. Gruesome images of patients with vacant eyes, medical implements I couldn't identify, and most disturbing of all, one that showed Dr. Winters standing proudly beside a cross-section of a wall, revealing a small chamber just large enough to hold a person. The article beneath it described his revolutionary immurement therapy, the belief that complete isolation in a confined space could cure the most severe cases of mania and schizophrenia. Many patients never emerged from these spaces. The official cause was listed as heart failure. I was so absorbed in the clippings that I didn't notice the whispers had stopped. The silence was sudden and complete. Not even the normal creaks and groans of the old house disturbed it. Then, from downstairs, I heard the front door open. "Dan?" Lily's voice called up. I caught an earlier flight. "Where are you?" Relief flooded through me. I gathered the clippings and hurried downstairs, prepared to show her everything, to make her understand what was happening. But when I reached the foyer, it was empty. The front door was closed and locked, just as I'd left it. "Lily," I called, panic rising. "In here," her voice responded from the kitchen. I followed it, but the kitchen was empty too. Her voice called again, now from the basement door, which stood ajar. "Come see what I found, Dan." Something was wrong. Lily wasn't due until tomorrow, and she'd never go into a dark basement alone. "Lily, where are you?" I called, not moving toward the basement. A whispering laugh answered me, coming from everywhere at once. Then Lily's voice again, no longer just behind the basement door, but directly behind me, her breath cold on my neck. "They're in the walls, Dan. So many of them. And now me too." I whirled around to find nothing but empty air. The whispers erupted all around me, no longer indistinct but perfectly clear. Dozens of voices, men and women, young and old, crying out in pain, begging for release, describing their deaths in awful detail. And beneath them all, a deeper voice, speaking words that seemed to vibrate in my bones. "You're the last Shepherd blood. We've waited so long. Your grandmother tried to warn you, but she couldn't escape her bloodline. Neither can you." I fled upstairs, barricading myself in the bathroom, the only room in the house with no walls adjoining other spaces, only the exterior. There I huddled in the bathtub until dawn, listening to something scrape and claw at the door, jiggle the handle, whisper my name over and over. When morning came, I emerged to find the hallway walls covered in writing, thousands of names scratched into the plaster, names I somehow knew belonged to the people who had died in this house, patients of Dr. Winters, subsequent owners driven to madness or suicide, and at the end of one corridor, freshly carved, my own name next to my grandmother's. I should have left then, should have run and never looked back. But I couldn't, not without understanding. I returned to the attic, searching through more of my grandmother's belongings, and found an old leather-bound book hidden in a trunk beneath a false bottom. It was Dr. Winter's journal, detailing experiments far more terrible than immurement. He believed he could capture the human soul at the moment of death, binding it to physical objects or spaces through elaborate rituals combining primitive science and occult practices. He saw himself as extending human consciousness beyond death, a noble pursuit twisted by megalomania and sadism. The final pages contained a confession. The souls he trapped could never move on, and they grew vengeful, powerful. They drove his wife to suicide, killed his children with inexplicable accidents. They whispered terrible things, showed him visions of horror. In his last entry, he wrote of his plan to end it all by burning down the house with himself inside, freeing the trapped souls and preventing further harm. But he never succeeded. According to a newspaper clipping tucked into the journal, Dr. Winters was found dead in his office, walled up inside a space he seemingly built around himself. The official ruling was suicide by self-immurement, a final experiment. The house passed to distant relatives, the Shepherds, my family. As I read, the temperature in the attic plummeted. My breath clouded in front of me. Ice crystals formed on the inside of the windows, and a figure began to coalesce in the corner. Not a transparent ghost from movies, but a densely shadowed form with suggestions of a face, a lab coat, hands clasped behind its back. "You understand now," it said, not in a whisper but in a cultured, satisfied voice. "I succeeded beyond my wildest dreams. Death is not the end. It is merely a transition to a purer form of existence." The shadow that had been Dr. Winters moved closer, and I could see it more clearly now. A tall man with hollow eyes and a skeletal grin. "Your grandmother was special. She could hear us from childhood. We knew her son would inherit the gift, but he never returned after he grew up. We waited for the next generation. For you. What do you want from me?" My voice was barely audible, strangled by fear. "To complete the work. To join us. To add your consciousness to our collective. You felt it already, how the barriers between you and us are thinning. How you can hear us more clearly with each passing hour." It was true. The whispers had become as clear as normal speech. I could distinguish individual voices now, identify the patients by name though I'd never met them. Something was happening to my mind, to the boundaries of myself. "I won't help you," I said, backing toward the attic stairs. The shadow laughed. "You already are. Every moment you spend here, the connection strengthens. Soon you won't be able to tell where you end and we begin. Your grandmother fought it for decades before we finally took her. You won't last nearly as long." I fled the attic, ran to my car, and drove to the nearest motel 20 miles away. I sit here now, writing this account while I still remember who I am, while I can still distinguish my thoughts from the whispers that haven't stopped, even miles from the house. They're getting louder. I can hear Dr. Winters most clearly, explaining how distance doesn't matter once the connection is established. They're in my head now, not just in the walls. Lily has been calling. She's worried. The real Lily, not the voice that lured me toward the basement. She's still coming tomorrow, expecting to meet me at the house. I need to warn her to stay away, but my phone is dead, and the whispers say terrible things about what they'll do when she arrives. I've called a realtor, planning to sell the house immediately, but Dr. Winters laughs at this plan. "The house is merely a vessel," he explains. "We exist in you now. Burn it down if you wish. We will follow." I don't know what to do. There are moments when I can't remember how I got to this motel, when I look down at my hands and they don't seem like mine. Moments when I find myself whispering names of people long dead, reciting the details of their final moments as if I'd witnessed them personally. I think my grandmother knew this would happen. I think she tried to warn me in the only way she could, by leaving the journals, the clippings, the evidence I would need to understand. But she couldn't break free of whatever hold the house, the spirits, had on her. She died there, alone except for the whispers. Another consciousness added to Dr. Winters' terrible collection. The scratching has started again. Not from inside the walls this time, There's no one trapped in the walls of this cheap motel room, but from inside my skull. Fingernails on the inside of my cranium. I press my palms to my ears, but it makes no difference. They're showing me visions now. The other side of the veil. The place they exist. A shadow realm that overlays our own, where the dead walk alongside the living, unseen except by those with the gift. They show me Dr. Winter's other experiments, houses across the country where he trapped other souls, created other collections. They show me my future, returning to the house not as its owner but as its prisoner. Another whisper in the walls. I won't go back. I'll drive until I can't drive anymore. I'll warn Lily somehow. I just blacked out again. Came to find myself in my car, halfway back to the house. The steering wheel under my hands, but the hands don't feel like mine. My reflection in the rearview mirror shows my face, but the eyes belong to someone else. Many someones. The whispers have become a roar, a cacophony of voices all speaking at once. I can barely hold on to who I am. Daniel Mercer, software engineer, from Portland. I love Lily. I am not one of them, not yet, but I'm afraid I'm losing the battle. Each time I black out, I come back less myself. They're wearing me down, eroding the boundaries between us. Dr. Winters explains it's like water wearing away stone. Patient, relentless, inevitable. I've barricaded myself in this motel bathroom as a last stand. I've written everything down so there's some record, some warning for whoever finds this. If you're reading this and your name is Lily Chun, run. Don't look for me. Don't go to the house. Sell its sight unseen, or better yet, burn it to the ground. To anyone else. If you hear whispers in the walls, if you feel watched in empty rooms, if you find spaces in your home that shouldn't exist, leave immediately. Don't try to understand. Don't investigate. Some knowledge comes at too high a price. The scratching is inside my head now, behind my eyes. The door to the bathroom is shaking, though there's no one on the other side. No one physical, at least. They're calling me by a new name now. Not Daniel anymore. Patient 37. Dr. Winter's voice is the clearest, rising above the others. He's telling me it's time to go home. Time to take my place in the walls. I think I've been writing for hours, but the clock says only minutes have passed. Time is wrong here. I'm wrong here. I don't want to open the door, but my hand is reaching for the knob. My fingers aren't mine anymore. Nothing is mine. The whispers are everywhere now, not just in the walls. In me. I am the walls. I am Patient 37, and soon you'll hear me whispering too. I never told anyone about what happened that summer. Not my therapist, not my ex-wife during our most intimate confessions, not even my brother who swears we've never kept secrets. But the weight of silence has become unbearable. The memories crawl beneath my skin at night, and I find myself checking empty corners and jumping at ordinary sounds. Writing this down might be my last chance at sanity, though I doubt anyone will believe me. I'm not sure I would believe it myself if I hadn't lived through every moment of that nightmare. The inheritance came as a surprise. My great-aunt Florence had died at 93, leaving behind a sprawling Victorian house on the outskirts of Millfield that nobody knew she owned. I'd met her perhaps 3 times in my life, a stern woman who smelled of lilac and spoke very little. The attorney explained that I was her only living relative, though that wasn't strictly true. My brother existed too, but Florence had specifically named me in her will. Just me. Along with the house came a letter, handwritten in a shaky script. Martin, the house is yours now. It should have gone to someone who understands, but you're all that's left. Stay if you must, sell if you can. But whatever you do, don't listen to the rooms. I laughed when I read it. The cryptic warning of an old woman whose mind had probably left her long before her body followed suit. Besides, I needed somewhere to go. My divorce had left me financially drained and emotionally hollow. A free house, even one that needed work, seemed like salvation. When I first arrived, standing before that looming 3-story structure with its peeling paint and sagging porch, I felt nothing but gratitude. The house was isolated, at the end of a long gravel drive bordered by ancient oaks that created a natural tunnel. The nearest neighbor was at least a mile away. Perfect. I needed solitude to finish my book, a historical novel I'd been working on for 3 years. The advance was long spent, and my editor's patience was wearing thin. This would be my sanctuary, my chance to rebuild. The house had been vacant for at least a decade, but someone had maintained the basics. The electricity worked, though many bulbs had burnt out. The plumbing was temperamental but functional. The furniture remained, shrouded in dusty sheets like patient ghosts. That first day, I walked through each room, pulling covers off chairs and tables, opening windows to release the stale air. The house had 15 rooms in total, far more space than one man needed, but I told myself I would grow into it. It wasn't until my third night that I heard the first whisper. I had settled into what I assumed had been Florence's bedroom, a large chamber on the second floor with faded floral wallpaper and a massive 4-poster bed. I'd spent the day cleaning and arranging my office in the adjacent room, hauling in my laptop, notes, and reference books. Exhaustion pulled me into a deep sleep, but sometime in the darkest part of night, I jerked awake. "Found you." The words were so faint I couldn't be sure I'd heard them. A woman's voice, paper thin and dry, coming from somewhere near the closet. I fumbled for the lamp, heart hammering against my ribs. The light revealed nothing unusual, just the closet door, slightly ajar. I'd left it that way earlier when putting away my clothes. "Hello!" My voice sounded ridiculous in the empty room. Silence answered me. I convinced myself it was a dream and eventually fell back asleep, though I left the light on like a child afraid of monsters. The next morning, sunlight streaming through lace curtains made my fears seem foolish. I threw myself into establishing a routine, writing in the morning, exploring and cleaning the house in the afternoon. The place was full of Florence's possessions. Books, photographs, trinkets from places I'd never been. I discovered a collection of hand-carved wooden boxes in a drawer, each containing a single strand of hair tied with thread. I found journals written in a language I couldn't identify, filled with drawings of spiraling symbols. I should have been disturbed, but instead, I was fascinated. Florence had lived a life I knew nothing about. A week passed without incident. My writing flowed better than it had in months. The isolation suited me. I spoke to no one except the grocery delivery person who came twice a week. I began to think I could be happy here. Then came the night I woke to find myself standing in the hallway. I had no memory of leaving bed. The house was pitch black, the kind of darkness that feels solid. I stood barefoot on the cold hardwood, disoriented and suddenly afraid. From somewhere downstairs came the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate. Someone walking from the kitchen to the front parlor, then back again, back and forth, back and forth. I couldn't move. My limbs felt leaden, my thoughts sluggish. The footsteps continued their measured pace below me. Then, abruptly, they stopped. In the silence that followed, I heard a creak on the stairs. Something was coming up. I broke from my paralysis and lunged back into my bedroom, slamming the door shut. There was no lock. I dragged a heavy chair across the room and wedged it under the doorknob, then retreated to my bed, wrapped in blankets like armor. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. They paused, then continued down the hallway, slow and deliberate. They stopped outside my door. "Martin." The voice was clearer this time, still female, but not elderly like I'd imagined Florence's would be. This voice was younger, taut with something that might have been anger or pain. "Martin, I know you're listening." I didn't answer, couldn't. My throat had closed around any words I might have formed. The doorknob rattled. The chair holding it shut shuddered but held firm. "You'll have to come out eventually." The voice had changed, becoming almost playful. This was my room too once. Dawn found me still awake, eyes fixed on the door. No more sounds had come from the hallway, but I couldn't convince myself to check. When sunlight finally filled the room, I removed the chair with trembling hands and peered out. The hallway was empty. I spent that day convincing myself I'd experienced an unusually vivid nightmare, perhaps brought on by stress or by the strange atmosphere of the house. I even laughed about it as I made coffee, chiding myself for being so easily spooked. But I couldn't dismiss the lingering unease, the sense that I was being observed from just beyond my peripheral vision. That afternoon, I decided to explore the attic. If nothing else, physical activity might exhaust me enough to ensure dreamless sleep. The narrow stairs creaked ominously under my weight, dust motes dancing in the beams of light from my flashlight. The attic was predictably cluttered. Trunks, old furniture, boxes of yellowed papers. What I didn't expect was the small room partitioned off at the far end, its door secured with a heavy padlock. I found the key in a tin box labeled attic in the kitchen drawer. The lock was stiff with disuse, but eventually surrendered with a reluctant groan. The room beyond was tiny, more of a large closet. It contained only a child-sized bed, a small table, and hundreds of tally marks scratched into the walls. Some looked recent, others had faded to near invisibility. In the center of the bed lay a doll with a porcelain face, its painted features worn away by what could only have been years of handling. Only its eyes remained vivid, bright blue and unsettlingly realistic. I approached the bed slowly, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't name. The doll seemed to watch me. As I reached for it, a sudden chill enveloped the room, my breath fogging in front of my face though it was mid-July. The temperature dropped so rapidly that the flashlight slipped from my numbing fingers, clattering to the floor and rolling under the bed. In the new darkness, I could have sworn the doll's head turned slightly to track my movement. I fled, slamming the door behind me and fumbling with shaking hands to replace the lock. I left the key in it. Whatever was in that room could stay there. That evening, I called the attorney who had handled Florence's estate. When he answered, I tried to sound casual as I asked if he knew anything about the house's history. Not much, he admitted. Your aunt purchased it in 1978. Before that, I believe it belonged to the Caldwell family for several generations. Were there any incidents there? Anything unusual? Pause. Are you experiencing problems with the property, Mr. Harmon? No, just curious. Another pause, longer this time. There was a tragedy, if that's what you're asking. In the 1960s, a young girl disappeared, the Caldwell's daughter. She was never found. The parents moved away shortly after. What was her name? I asked, though I already knew the answer somehow. Emily, he said. Emily Caldwell. She was 8 years old. I thanked him and hung up, my suspicions confirmed. The house had a history, one that might explain the voice, the footsteps, but not why they seemed focused on me, why they knew my name. That night, I took precautions. I checked every window and door to ensure they were locked. I left lights on throughout the house. I even considered sleeping in my car, but dismissed the idea as too extreme. Instead, I took 2 sleeping pills and a generous pour of whiskey, determined to force myself into oblivion. It worked for a while. I woke suddenly, the room ice cold. The bedside clock read 3:17 a.m. Something was wrong. The bedroom door stood open, though I distinctly remembered closing it. Worse, my bedroom furniture had been rearranged. The dresser now stood directly opposite the bed, and atop it sat the porcelain doll from the attic. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The doll's blue eyes gleamed in the dim light from the hallway. As I watched, frozen in terror, a dark stain began to spread across its cloth body, soaking through like blood welling from an invisible wound. You took my room, came the whisper, not from the doll but from beside my bed, just like she did. I turned my head slowly, dreading what I might see. A girl stood there, perhaps 8 years old, with long dark hair and a pale face. She wore a nightgown that might once have been white but was now stained a rusty brown. She looked solid, substantial, nothing like the transparent apparitions I'd imagined ghosts to be. The only indication of her supernatural nature was the slight blur around her edges, as though she were being viewed through water. Emily, I managed to say. She tilted her head. Florence said you'd understand. Do you understand what? What she did to me. Emily moved closer, and I caught the scent of damp earth. What happens in the whispering rooms? I don't know what you're talking about. My voice was surprisingly steady despite the terror coursing through me. Florence was my great-aunt. I barely knew her. Emily's face contorted with sudden fury. Liar! The word exploded from her mouth with such force that the windows rattled. You know, you've always known. That's why she chose you. Before I could respond, she vanished. Not gradually fading away, but disappearing between one blink and the next. The doll remained on the dresser, but the stain was gone. I spent the rest of the night huddled against the headboard, too terrified to sleep, too terrified to leave. Morning brought no relief. Though the doll had disappeared sometime during my vigil, returned to the attic room I presumed, I could no longer deny what was happening. The house was haunted by Emily Caldwell, by something wearing her shape, or by my own unraveling sanity. None of these options offered comfort. I decided to research the house's history. The local library maintained archives of the town newspaper, and after several hours scrolling through microfiche, I found what I was looking for. In September 1967, 8-year-old Emily Caldwell disappeared from her bedroom. The article included a grainy photograph of a solemn-faced girl with dark braids. The police had suspected kidnapping, but no ransom demand ever came. The case went cold. The Caldwells moved away 6 months later. The house remained empty until Florence purchased it. But there was something else, a detail that made my blood run cold. According to a follow-up article from 1968, one of the last people to see Emily alive had been a teenage neighbor girl who sometimes babysit for the Caldwells. Her name was Florence Harmon, my great-aunt. I drove back to the house in a daze, pieces falling into place with sickening clarity. Florence had bought the house where a child she knew had vanished. The locked room in the attic with its tally marks and doll. The strand of dark hair preserved in one of those wooden boxes. And now, Emily's ghost, convinced I knew something about what Florence had done. When I arrived home, the front door stood wide open, though I was certain I'd locked it. Inside, every single light was on, even in rooms that had been dark for years due to burnt-out bulbs. From upstairs came the sound of furniture being dragged across the floor. I should have left. Any sane person would have walked away, called the police, checked into a hotel. Anything but enter that house. But I was drawn forward by a compulsion stronger than fear. I needed to know the truth. The noise led me to a room I'd barely explored, at the end of the hall on the 3rd floor. It had been some sort of study or library, with empty bookshelves lining the walls. Now, those shelves had been pulled away from the wall on one side, revealing a door I hadn't known existed. The door was open. Beyond it lay another room, smaller and windowless. Unlike the dusty emptiness of the rest of the 3rd floor, this room looked recently inhabited. A desk held papers and pens. Bookshelves contained dozens of leather-bound volumes. And on the wall hung photographs, dozens of them spanning decades. Children's faces stared out from every one. At the center of the collection was Emily's school picture, the same one from the newspaper, but she wasn't alone. Other children surrounded her image, some from photos that looked as old as the 1940s, others much more recent. 20 faces at least, 20 children. Now you see, Emily's voice came from behind me. The collection. I turned to find her standing in the doorway, still in her blood-stained nightgown. Did Florence take all these children? The words felt impossible even as I spoke them. Emily's expression was pitying. Not Florence. The house took them. The house needed them. The whispering rooms get hungry. I don't understand. The rooms whisper to whoever lives here. They ask for children. Most people ignore the whispers. Some listen. Emily moved into the room, her form flickering like a bad television signal. Florence listened. For 50 years, she listened. She brought them here one by one. Some she kept for months before the house took them. Others only days. My stomach churned. Where are they now? Emily smiled, a terrible expression on her child's face. In the walls, in the floors, under the garden, everywhere. We're everywhere now. Part of the house. Forever. I backed away until I hit the desk. Why are you telling me this? What do you want from me? Florence is gone, but the rooms still whisper. They're whispering to you now, aren't they, Martin? Those thoughts you think are yours, the ones telling you to stay, telling you it's peaceful here, telling you that you belong. Those are the whispers. She was right. Since arriving, I'd felt drawn to the house despite its creaking floors and cold spots, despite the footsteps and voices. Some part of me had already decided I would never leave. Florence chose you because you're like her, Emily continued. You can hear the house, and the house needs a new caretaker.
No.
I shook my head violently. I'm nothing like her. I would never hurt a child. Neither would Florence once. The whispers change you slowly. You stop seeing us as children. You start seeing us as necessary. Sacrifices for something greater. What could possibly justify power? Emily's voice dropped to a reverent hush. The house gives its caretaker power. Didn't you notice how your writing improved here? How ideas flow like water. How you can suddenly see connections you missed before. That's just the beginning. She was right again. My work had never come so easily. Words poured from me as if dictated by some outside force. In 2 weeks, I'd produced more quality pages than in the previous 6 months. Every child adds to the power. Every soul trapped in these walls makes the gift stronger. Emily approached me, close enough now that I could see through her to the wall behind. Florence lived to 93 without a day of illness. She could predict the future, move objects with her mind, speak to the dead. I don't want that, I whispered, but my denial sounded hollow even to my own ears. The rooms are already whispering to you. Soon you'll start looking for children who won't be missed. Runaways, foster kids, the forgotten ones, just like Florence did. I'll leave, I said. I'll sell the house. Emily laughed, a sound like breaking glass. No one will buy it. The house won't let them. And you won't really want to leave. The whispers won't let you. As if to confirm her words, a chorus of faint voices rose from the walls around us. Dozens of children, all whispering my name. The sound crawled inside my skull, seductive and terrifying. You have a choice, Emily said, her form growing more transparent. Become the caretaker, feed the house, gain the power, or join us in the walls. She lunged at me then, her ghostly hands suddenly solid as they closed around my throat. I fought, clawing at nothing as my lungs burned for air. The room darkened around me, the whispers growing louder. I felt myself falling through the floor, through wood and plaster and into cold, damp earth. I awoke gasping on the study floor. Emily was gone, but the hidden room remained, the photographs staring down accusingly. My neck bore bruises in the perfect shape of small fingers. I fled the house that night with nothing but my laptop and the clothes on my back. I drove until my car ran out of gas, checked into the first motel I found, and drank myself into unconsciousness. The next day, I called a real estate agent and listed the house for sale at a fraction of its value. 3 months later, it remains unsold. The first potential buyers reported hearing children crying inside the empty rooms. The second buyer's 5-year-old son went missing during the viewing, only to be found an hour later in the attic, sitting on a small bed and talking to someone invisible about the whispering rooms. The third buyer's inspection revealed structural issues too extensive to repair. I dream of the house every night. I see Emily and the others, their faces pressed against windows, watching me, waiting. In the dreams, I return. I unlock the attic room. I find new photographs to add to the wall. But these are just dreams. I am determined never to go back, no matter how sweetly the distant whispers call to me. I've changed my phone number, moved to another state, told no one where I've gone. Yet sometimes, in the darkest hours before dawn, I wake to find my bedroom door standing open, though I know I closed it. Sometimes, I catch the scent of damp earth. And sometimes, I hear a child's voice calling my name, telling me it's time to come home. The house is patient, can wait. After all, Florence listened to the whispers for 50 years before she found me. The rooms will keep whispering until I answer. And the most terrifying thing, the thought that wakes me screaming night after night, is the growing certainty that eventually I will. Because here's my final confession, the one I've been avoiding. Despite everything, some twisted part of me wants to go back, to hear those whispers clearly, to understand the power Emily described, to become the caretaker. God help me, I miss those whispering rooms.